Advaita presents Love is the Bridge, Tales of Love, Longing, and Surrender, written by Vikas Agarwal and narrated by Dan. I could write 1,000 books. Each letter dipped in the ink of longing, each page a flame from the heart's fire. And still, you would not know. But if your heart shatters, even once, a single tear will say, more than all my words, the silence between two breaths will speak what I could not write. Love is not taught. It is suffered. It is known. When the rose of your soul bleeds without a wound. Preface. When I finished Waiting to Breathe, I thought the story had come to an end. But the characters weren't finished with me. Arian, Masud, Rivka, Dia, they stayed with me. Sometimes quietly, sometimes with urgency. They returned, asking me to listen a little longer. And in their whispers, I felt their longings for truth, for healing, for love. There were stories still waiting. The hidden love between Dia and Masud, the inherited trauma of Rivka's past. And then there were the voices of my readers. You shared your stories with me, like Yasmin, who escaped Afghanistan in 1979 and never stopped believing in poetry of life. And Alex, who lost his brother Gabriel and spent a lifetime walking beside his memories. As these stories unfolded around me, I came to realize all of life is a longing for someone, some place, some moment. We search for it in our striving, in our memories, in our silence. But only love, patient, imperfect, eternal, is the bridge strong enough to transcend time and space. Love is the Bridge is a tale of longing and surrender, of heartbreak and wholeness, of the kind of love that deepens not in ease, but in suffering. I did not write this story as much as I received it. It transmitted through me. All I had to do was listen, and in listening, I too was changed. This book is not meant to be read. It is meant to be felt. Thank you for stepping into this journey with me, into the sweet ache, into the wonder, and across the bridge of love. Prologue. Rivka and I stepped into a nondescript brick building. In the narrow hallway, we were greeted by a Yazidi elder, Mr. Khalil. Salam, it's kind of you to visit them, he said in Kurdish. It's been a year, but they still carry the shame of abduction. Please be patient with them. Bali, I replied. Rivka pulled aside a heavy drape, revealing a dimly lit room. 4 chairs were arranged inside. 2 were occupied by women, covered head to toe in black. Salam, Basi? Rivka asked gently. Over the past year, while working with Yazidi survivors, she'd picked up enough Kurdish to connect without a translator. One of the women nodded. We took the empty chairs across from them. We sat in silence, each of us aware of the unspoken pain in the room. These women had endured the death of their men, the shame of abduction by militants, and subsequent societal rejection. What words could possibly reach that kind of pain? Rivka leaned forward, placing her hands over theirs. Then, as if something inside them gave way, both women, Dia and Nasa, rose and embraced her, sobbing uncontrollably. Rivka held them close, her hands moving in slow, consoling circles across their backs. After a long, trembling moment, they separated and uncovered their faces. Dia began asking about our lives in the US even managing a few small smiles. I hadn't spoken a word, overwhelmed by the moment's enormity. Each person in that room had been touched by Uncle Masud's love and compassion. His spirit was present among us like incense, unseen but impossible to ignore. Dia turned to me. "How is your uncle?" "She doesn't know." The realization hit me hard. Uncle passed away peacefully a year ago. He fought hard, but cancer won in the end, I said quietly. Dia lowered her head. Her face was still, almost too still. She dug her nails into her thigh, her knuckles pale. "Would it be okay if I asked a few questions about him?" I inquired cautiously, not wanting to reopen old wounds. She stayed silent for a moment, then gave a subtle nod toward Naza. Without a word, Naza stood and left the room. Dia reached into her purse and pulled out a small piece of paper. It was a black and white photograph, grainy and faded. A young woman stood in front of a fairground ride, her hair catching the wind. She was stunning, even in monochrome. "Is this you?" I asked. "Bali," she said. I moved to hand it back, unsure what else to say. But she leaned in, pointing towards the background. My eyes scanned the image more closely, and then I saw it. A man partially out of frame. It was Uncle Masud. I leaned back, stunned. My throat tightened. I imagined an alternate world where Masud and Dia were together, raising a family in a sunlit home somewhere far from war. "He never married. He missed you deeply in his final days," I said, handing the photograph back to her. She held onto it, staring at the image. "Why didn't you two end up together?" I asked, instantly regretting the inappropriateness of the question. I couldn't help myself, still caught in that imagined life they never got to live. She stayed quiet for so long, I wondered if she'd speak at all. Then softly her voice emerged, fragile, like something long buried being unearthed. "When my father found out about us, he arranged my marriage. Masud said he'd come for me." "He never came?" I asked, almost whispering. Her eyes stayed fixed on the photograph. Then a single tear landed on the paper, smudging the image of a dream that never came true. Chapter 1. Where Are You? The Rainier Club, nestled in the heart of downtown Seattle, was the city's oldest private membership institution. It was a hidden haven where power whispered, not shouted. Ivy clung to its brick walls like a veil, and a discreet brass plaque marked its entrance. Inside, expensive oil paintings and wood-paneled corridors signaled that decisions made here rarely left the building. A concierge with a practiced smile greeted me. "Mr. Nazrani?" "Yes." "Your party is waiting." She led me through a maze of dark hallways. The lighting was subdued, the kind that made secrets feel welcome. At the end of the corridor, we reached a private room, a space designed for conversations that needed to stay within those walls. The room was intimate yet imposing, with rich mahogany walls, a crystal chandelier, and deep brown leather chairs arranged around a polished walnut table. Seated at the table were familiar faces that were now tasked with saving artifacts. Shanti Patil, the newly appointed Chief People Officer, and Laura Sanchez were hunched over a document, deep in discussion. Vera sat back in meditative stillness, as if already letting go of what she couldn't control. Shanti looked up as I entered. Our eyes met. There was a flicker of something, recognition or regret. "Hello, Ari, thanks for making time," she said. "Of course," I said, taking the empty chair. She cut straight to the past. I want to say I regret how things ended last time. I hope you understand. I was just doing my job. I understand. Let's move on. I nodded politely but firmly. Would you like something to drink? Vera interjected. No, let's get to it. Laura extended her hand. It's great to finally meet in person. She slid a sleek folio across the table. Here's your offer. Please take your time to review it. I flipped through the documents. Noticing the change in my expression, Laura interjected nervously. I know the base salary of $350,000 is modest, but it's the best we can offer, given the circumstances. I smiled and kept reading. The offer included stock options vesting over 4 years. When I finished, I closed the folder. Laura looked slightly deflated. I sensed she expected me to sign on the spot. Any concerns? Shanti asked. Yes, I said, looking at Vera. You mentioned Artifact has 4 months of cash left. Is that true? Laura jumped in quickly. We can't confirm or deny that. I figured, if I'm expected to save the company, drawing a salary would only drain the cash we're trying to preserve. What are you proposing? Vera asked, her posture suddenly alert. I'll take a $1 salary. As the CEO, I'll need to make significant cuts to save cash. If I draw cash from the company, how can I expect people to get behind my decisions? I said. I understand. Only from you can I expect this. Any other changes you would like to the offer? Vera asked. Yes. I want my stock options tied to performance. For every 100% increase in stock price, I want an additional 1% equity, capped at 10%, I said. Laura raised her eyebrows. That's too much. At 10%, you'll be one of the largest shareholders. Only if I deliver a 10-fold increase in value, I replied. This is a very unusual offer. Laura was arguing when Vera interjected. Your terms are acceptable. We'll send over a revised contract. Welcome aboard, Ari, Shanti said. Congratulations, Ari. We're placing a lot of trust in you, and we're confident you'll rise to the occasion, Vera added. I shook their hands one by one. Vera's was steady and firm, Shanti's warm and soft, Laura's slightly tight with tension. As I was walking, Vera put her hand on my shoulder. Do you have a minute, Ari? She said. Sure, I replied. She waited till we were alone in the room. I still don't understand your reason for asking for so much equity. Aren't you worried about the optics? It could feed the narrative of a greedy CEO grabbing too much of the pie, Vera said with concern on her face. I get it, I said. But what the media thinks, or the outside world for that matter, isn't my concern. The only people whose opinion matters to me are the ones working at Artifact. With this structure, how much equity do you think they'd want me to earn? She thought for a second, then smiled. All of it, because that would mean we didn't just survive. We made it. The stock would have to go up 10-fold. And wouldn't that give them confidence that I'm betting on the company the same way I'm asking them to? I said. Her smile deepened, this time tinged with something like respect. It will. It's bold and brilliant. I should never have doubted you. As I stepped out of the club, I felt the pull of the waterfront and followed it. The familiar cool breeze and the distant calls of gulls was the kind of quiet that helped me think. But something inside me was restless. Was this the right decision? I had just paused my book tour and shelved the sequel I'd poured my heart into. Would I still have time for Rivka and Masud? After a year of freedom, flow, and unstructured days, was I truly ready to return to a life of meetings and calendars? And what if I failed? What if this was all for nothing? A slow wave of shame crept over me. Here I was, the same man who gave talks about living authentically, who spoke of presence and purpose, and yet I was consumed by doubt. Had I merely traded one identity for another? Swapped the title of tech executive for mindfulness guru without learning a thing in between? Was I circling back instead of moving forward? Before I could untangle the thought, my phone buzzed. It was Rivka. Honey, can you pick up the kiddo from play school? I've got to head into an urgent meeting, Rivka said, her voice slightly rushed. Of course, is everything okay? I asked. Yeah, nothing serious. We're finalizing an important decision and the meeting got bumped up at the last minute, she replied. I noticed a little anxiety in her voice, so I tried to assure her. Don't worry about Masud, I said gently. I've got it. Just focus on your meeting. I held the spoonful of yogurt just inches from Masud's mouth. His big green eyes locked onto mine, full of trust, as he slowly opened his mouth. As he swallowed, something stirred inside me. My chest tightened, not with guilt, but with the aching beauty of the moment. This was more than parenting, it was communion. A surrender so complete, it erased the boundary between giver and receiver. There were no two, just one. After feeding him, I carried him to the playroom and opened his toy chest. His eyes scanned the pile of toys, curious at first. But his excitement faded as he sifted through each toy, discarding them one by one. I really need to get more toys for him, I thought, struck again by how fast he was growing. In one last effort, I handed him the block puzzle. He sat with them quietly, his tiny fingers working through the pieces with surprising concentration. For a while, that was enough. Then his head began to droop. I scooped him into my arms, cradled him close, and gently laid him down for his nap. As I stepped out of his room, a worrying thought crept in. I knew moments like these wouldn't last forever. Would I look back one day and realize I had missed too many of them? I glanced at my phone, no messages. Rivka should have been home by now. I sent her a quick text, then another, still nothing. I called, but it went straight to voicemail. That familiar knot tightened in my stomach as I stared at the screen, uncertain what to do next. As the conflicts in Syria and Iraq subsided, the work of rebuilding had only begun. With it came the growing weight of Rivka's responsibilities at Voice of Liberation. The scale of her work was undeniable and deeply important. But it raised a question in me. If I too became consumed by my new role at Artifact, would we do justice to raising little Masud? Parenthood had a way of exposing new layers of vulnerability I hadn't anticipated. How easily life's demands could pull us in different directions, while the heart remained tethered to what truly mattered. Somewhere between reflection and fatigue, I drifted into a light sleep. I woke to the soft sound of the door opening. Groggy, I opened my eyes and saw Rivka step inside. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes bright. She looked tired but radiant despite the long day. Hey, I'm so sorry I'm late, she whispered, sitting gently on the edge of the bed. I rubbed my eyes and sat up, trying to shake off the fog of sleep. Everything okay? I was starting to get worried, I asked. Yes, she nodded, pulling her hair back into a loose tie. It's just been nonstop today. But I have to tell you, I'm really excited. We're planning to nominate Sadia Khalaf, the Yazidi survivor, for the Nobel Peace Prize. Her eyes lit up. And guess who's been asked to put together the nomination package? You, I said, still half in disbelief. That's right. Can you believe it? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. She was beaming with energy. I could see how much this meant to her, and here I was, surrounded with negative thoughts and anxiety about my family. For our entire married life, my work, my needs, had been the center of gravity. And for the first time, I had an opportunity to move it to Rivka. That's incredible. Sadia deserves it, and if anyone can make a compelling case, it's you, I said. Rivka smiled and went to spend time with Masud, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The human mind is a restless thing. It never stops worrying. Resolve one worry, and it simply reaches for the next. As the light in the room slowly dimmed and the day slipped away, I found myself circling back to the question that had chased me since I left the Rainier Club. Was I making the right choice? Rivka returned to me after putting Masud to sleep. She slid under the covers beside me, her presence warm and soothing. But my mind was still elsewhere, tangled in worries about Artifact, about our family, about balance. "What are you thinking?" she asked, sensing the drift behind my silence. She always knew when something was off. "Nothing," I replied. I didn't want to worry her. If I spoke my doubts aloud, she would carry them for me, even if it meant shelving her own dreams. That's who she was. We had been through so much together. We had found each other. We had built a life. I reminded myself that this was just another stretch of road. "Where are you?" she asked again, softly this time. Her question pierced through my distraction. Uncle Masud's words came back to me. "The way you live this moment is how you will live the rest of your life." I turned to her and looked into her eyes. "I am here," I whispered. And this time, I meant it. Chapter 2. The Vicious Cycle. Esther Rosen Altman was born in 1950 in Crown Heights, New York, into a family shaped by unimaginable resilience. Her mother, Ruth, had narrowly escaped Nazi Germany as a child, smuggled out by her own mother, Rivka. During the war, Ruth was separated from her father, Avraham Stern, who was later presumed to have perished in a concentration camp. Ruth and Rivka's journey to America was harrowing, but they eventually found refuge and rebuilt their lives. In time, Ruth married David Rosen, a high school math teacher, and settled into the quiet rhythms of the American dream. Esther grew up in the vibrant, chaotic world of post-war New York. She attended City College, where she met Dr. Ron Altman, a university professor, 15 years her senior. Despite her family's initial misgivings about the age gap, their love prevailed and they married. They had one daughter, naming her Rivka, in honor of Esther's grandmother, the woman who had once risked everything to carry her lineage forward. When Rivka and I chose to marry, I understood her parents' hesitation. Rivka was young, and I was a refugee from Iraq with nothing but a high school diploma. Though they welcomed me with grace, I often sensed the subtle weight of their expectations. I hadn't earned a college degree. We let go of the dream carrying their lineage forward. For a family whose legacy had endured even the horrors of the Holocaust, I could imagine the weight they carried, fearing that their bloodline might end with their daughter. Even with their acceptance, I never fully felt like I belonged. But everything changed after Ron's passing last year. Esther began to draw closer to us. We became her only immediate family. Yet it was Masud who truly bridged the gap. The love between them was effortless and heartwarming. Watching them together felt like witnessing a healing across generations. Esther began spending more time with us. Her presence was a source of warmth as we stumbled through the demands of parenthood. Slowly, something began to settle between us, not just proximity, but belonging. It felt as if we were coming together as a family, one that remembered the past with reverence, but also looked toward the future. "Stop here," I said, pointing toward a nondescript glass and steel building. The Ethiopian cab driver pulled over. I stepped out and looked up at the place that had once felt like a second home. The memories returned in a flood, some warm, but mostly bitter ones. Funny how the mind clings to endings, as if they alone define the story. Maribel and Shanti came to mind immediately, along with the sting of pain and humiliation I felt during those final days. I would be seeing them again soon. I wondered if I could manage a working relationship with them now, one unburdened by our past. "Hello, Ari," came a voice from the sidewalk. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair, sharp green eyes, and a navy pantsuit stepped forward. Her expression was warm, and her manner a little rehearsed. "Hello," I replied with a quizzical expression on my face. "I am Yasmin, your assistant. Let me walk you to the office," she said, extending her hand. We exchanged a quick handshake. I followed her inside, each step drawing me deeper into a space that was familiar and foreign all at once. Row after row of empty cubicles stared back, the remnants of a vanished workforce still lingering, outdated posters, forgotten mugs, company swag abandoned like artifacts of a broken promise. "This will be your conference room," Yasmin said, opening a door to a sleek but dated space. This conference room belonged to Adam Nordberg when he was the CEO. I suddenly remembered all his staff meetings I had participated in when I worked here. I had to quickly shake off the negative feelings that were rising from my past memories. "I'll leave you to it," Yasmin said, quietly closing the door behind her. Inside, Laura and Shanti stood to greet me. "Welcome, Ari," they said in near unison. After a quick handshake, we got down to business. "Here's a stack of documents you'll need to sign, NDAs, compliance, the usual onboarding paperwork," Laura said, sliding a thick folder across the table. "Should I actually read these?" I asked, half joking. "If you like," she replied with a smile. "Standard stuff. Nothing that'll get you into trouble unless you're planning something wild." I started signing. A few pages in, the door opened. Yasmin stepped in, holding a laptop. "Here you go, Ari. Your account is all set up," she said, placing it on the table. "Great, I'm all set. Time to get to work," I said as I slipped the folder with the signed document towards Laura. "Not so fast," Shanti chimed in. "You've been assigned a lovely list of mandatory trainings. Nothing you haven't seen before. Anti-harassment, compliance, DEI, the greatest hits. They're all listed on the internal portal. If you get stuck, just message me." I nodded, suppressing a sigh. "Well, we'll leave you to it," Shanti said, rising with Laura. As they headed out, Yasmin turned to me. "Would you prefer working from a conference room or your office?" "The office sounds good," I said. As she guided me through the now deserted hallways, I hesitated. "Actually, could you find me a different conference room next time? I'd rather not sit in the past. Of course, she said with a sympathetic nod. We've got more empty space than we know what to do with, thanks to the layoffs. Lease is still locked in for another 3 years. We walked in silence for a few steps until she stopped in front of a door. This office used to belong to Adam, Yasmin said, pausing at the door. Would you prefer a different one? I glanced around, taking in the familiar layout, the subtle traces of its former occupant. No, this will do, I said. I hesitated, then added, actually, the conference room doesn't need to change either. If I'm going to understand how Artifact ended up in this mess, I'll need to face the past head-on. Where I sit doesn't matter. What I do does. She gave a small nod, then left me alone. I sat down, opened the laptop, and checked my email. 4 mandatory trainings stared back at me. Anti-harassment, anti-money laundering, DEI, and compliance. The same set I'd taken a dozen times before. I tried skipping straight to the quizzes, but the system wouldn't allow it. So I let the videos run in the background, the familiar voiceovers delivering compliance lines I'd heard too many times before, while I turned my attention to the organizational chart. Laura Sanchez, Chief Legal Officer. Laura joined Artifact a year ago after a successful run at Anderson and Blake, a top Seattle law firm, where she became a partner in her early 30s. Moving into the role of general counsel for a public company seemed like a logical next step until reality hit. Artifact proved more chaotic than expected. She could have returned to her old firm, but instead chose to stay and weather the storm. With just 1 associate counsel and a handful of paralegals, she kept the legal engine running under immense pressure. Artifact might not have been what she signed up for, but Laura's determination and practical leadership have made her exactly the kind of leader Artifact needed. Shanti Patil, Chief People Officer. When Artifact began its downward slide, the former CPO, Loren, saw the writing on the wall and left. Shanti stepped into the vacuum. What surprised me was the size of her department. It remained disproportionately large for a company that had been cut nearly in half. For an organization in survival mode, that was an anomaly I planned to investigate soon. Claire Preston, Chief Operating Officer. Claire was one of Adam's prized hires, lured away from Bigsoft, where she'd served as a VP of engineering. The promise of a C-suite title and cross-functional scope, engineering, product, and operations, sealed the deal. On paper, she was the ideal fit, ambitious, and fast-rising. In practice, the results had been underwhelming. Her resume showed upward momentum, but her team's performance at Artifact didn't back it up. Still, I reserve judgment. Megan Katz, Chief Marketing Officer. Megan joined us from Hotels and Beyond, where she led the iconic campaign that made the brand a household name. Artifact was only her second company, which was a sign of loyalty and long-term thinking. Her marketing instincts were sharp, and she struck me as someone who cared more about impact than optics. A rarity, and one worth keeping an eye on. Simon Feldman, Chief Sales Officer. Simon had been with Artifact from the early days, building the field sales org that brought in our largest customer accounts. We'd worked together before, and I knew his strengths. But I also knew what had changed. Lately, Simon seemed disengaged, more focused on golf than revenue. Sales had declined under his watch, and innovation had stalled. Maybe it was time for him to step aside. Abigail Kaplan, Chief Financial Officer. Abigail came from a Big Four accounting firm, where she'd been a mid-level manager. Not an obvious pick for CFO, but Artifact had long been making decisions from a place of constraint. Despite limited experience, she'd held things together. The finance team was tiny, and our situation was precarious. I'd need to partner closely with her to navigate what lay ahead. Maribel Moreno, Chief of Staff. Finally, Maribel, who was my executioner during my last stint with the company. I didn't think her role was needed anymore. How she had survived with the company so far was a mystery to me. Considering our past history, the thought of letting her go gave me a transient moment of glee. But I arrested that thought. I was here to save the company, not to fulfill the desires of my selfish ego. Company performance boils down to three factors: the macroeconomic backdrop, the health of the industry, and the company's own execution. Too often, leaders blame weak execution on economic headwinds or industry trends instead of confronting internal factors. Execution is the only lever we can pull. It hinges on each function's capabilities and how well they work together. Identifying the root cause of underperformance accurately is critical to addressing issues and driving improvement. To turn Artifact around, I focused on operational performance. But you can't fix what you don't understand. I collected unvarnished input from the C-suite and from the people on the front lines. Each perspective was valuable, yet each was tinted by its maker's biases. By contrast, the data never lies. By analyzing the trail left by business metrics, I could uncover the true root causes of the company's challenges and address them effectively. I had been back at Artifact for a week and was still in the early stages of my action plan. Everything was taking longer than it would have a few years ago. Was I losing my edge? The thought lingered as I sat at my desk staring at a half-finished document when my phone rang. "Honey, any chance you could come home early today?" Rivka asked. "I've got a dinner meeting with Alia Dahan." "On a Friday night? With Alia? As in George Benedict's wife, Alia?" I said, surprised. "The same. She's been deeply involved in the Syrian women's movement and wants to learn more about Voice of Liberation. She's only in town for the day on her way to LA," she replied. I sighed, conflicted. "I'm completely swamped here. Every minute counts right now. Delaying even a single decision could be a matter of survival," I replied while feeling guilty at the same time. There was a pause. "All right," she said quietly. "I'll ask Mom to come over and watch Masud." "Are we asking too much of Esther?" I asked, trying not to sound like I was passing judgment. "What choice do I have?" Rivka snapped. "Should I cancel the meeting? Besides, Mom loves spending time with him." "I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. Let's check with Esther," I said, already regretting how the conversation had gone. We hung up. The guilt clung for a moment, but I pushed it aside. I had work to do. "Yasmin," I called out, "can you clear my calendar for the rest of the afternoon and make sure I'm not disturbed?" "Of course, Ari," she replied. I turned back to my screen and opened my notes from the one-on-ones with the leadership team, starting with Claire. Claire made her disappointment clear from the beginning. Her tone was professional, and her words carefully chosen. But the frustration was there. She reminded me that she oversaw engineering, product, and operations, and had expected to be considered for the top job. She had a point. She was well positioned. But the results under her leadership had been weak, and her attitude didn't help. I didn't see her as the right person to lead the company forward. Laura was steady despite the chaos around her. Her team was under pressure from ongoing legal battles, but she showed no signs of retreat. She remained calm, focused, and even asked for more responsibility. She wanted to help. Her commitment stood out to me. I found myself thinking we had been lucky to hire her. My meeting with Shanti was more concerning. Her optimism seemed out of touch. She spoke at length about employee engagement programs, but morale was clearly low, and layoffs had created a culture of fear and disengagement. No HR engagement programs could improve the morale of employees of the company that was knocking at the door of bankruptcy. I needed to reassess the usefulness of not only Shanti's role, but of the entire HR department. Meeting with Megan Katz was a breath of fresh air. Her passion for storytelling and leadership was immediately evident. She was clear and confident. She even proposed cutting her own department to preserve cash. That level of selflessness and focus was rare. While I agreed with her recommendation to significantly downsize her department, I couldn't shake the feeling that Megan was a keeper. Simon was honest. He told me he was ready to step away. Revenue had been declining under his watch, and his resistance to new approaches had become a problem. He took responsibility, which I appreciated. But I couldn't help wondering why this conversation hadn't happened sooner. Maribel began the meeting by offering her resignation. She made no excuses and gave no long explanation. It was a straightforward gesture, and I saw it as honest. She said she would be honored to stay if I believed she could help. I gave it some thought, but the situation was clear. We had to preserve cash. While one-on-one meetings were useful, it was in group settings that the real culture revealed itself. How people spoke, how decisions were made, where trust flowed and where it didn't. I sat with our engineering, sales, operations, and support teams and took detailed notes. A pattern emerged quickly. The teams weren't collaborating. Critical information wasn't moving across functions. People were working in silos, often on things that had little to do with what customers actually needed. We needed to fix that. Every team had to understand what customers were asking for and how their own work connected to delivering that value. I turned next to the business metrics from the past 3 years. The story was clear. Revenue had fallen steadily, driven by a drop in buyers. But that wasn't just a shift in demand. The real issue was supply. Buyers couldn't find the products they wanted because product selection had shrunk. And that was because fewer sellers were showing up on the platform. As the stock price dropped, leadership reached for short-term fixes. They raised marketplace fees to boost revenue and cut headcount to reduce costs. Both moves backfired. Higher fees pushed more sellers away. The layoffs, done without a clear strategy, took out engineers with deep system knowledge. The result was more outages and more reliability issues. We were caught in a vicious cycle. Revenue fell, leadership reacted, and each reaction made things worse. Every lever pulled to slow the descent only accelerated it. This wasn't just a business problem, it was a loop, and we were trapped inside it. There was no single moment of collapse, just a steady stream of short-term fixes, each one meant to buy time, each one quietly eroding the foundation. We hadn't lost our way overnight. We drifted, one decision at a time, one excuse at a time, until the company no longer resembled what it once set out to be. There would be no dramatic turnaround, No silver bullet. What lay ahead was execution. Quiet, disciplined, relentless. It would take the right conversations, the right decisions, and most of all, the right team. The spiral wouldn't stop on its own. But it could be reversed with clarity, with discipline, and with a team willing to do the hard work. Chapter 3. All in. But why are you threatened by her? Vera asked as her irritation grew. We had been arguing over the new organizational structure for over 30 minutes. I didn't need her permission, but I wanted her perspective, as both mentor and confidant. I've already laid out my reasons, Vera. Why are you asking me to repeat myself? I replied. Claire was a prized recruit, Vera said. Letting her go will reflect poorly on the company. Vera, we've got 4 months of cash left. I don't think reputation is a luxury we can afford. I shot back, more bluntly than I intended. I'm not worried about the headlines, she replied. I'm worried about a lawsuit. If Claire claims wrongful termination, this whole rescue plan goes up in smoke, she pushed back. I nodded slowly. Fair. But Claire hasn't delivered in operations. Let's give her a dignified exit path. We offer to narrow her role to just engineering, and I'll step in to handle operations myself, at least until we can bring in someone permanent. She'll never accept a downgrade, Vera said. What do you think she'll do? I asked, a faint smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. She'll quit. Still worried about legal risk? I asked with a smile. Vera looked into my eyes, then smiled back, just enough to tell me we were aligned. All right then, she said. This structure looks solid, and thankfully, we won't be paying out much in severance. Her words pulled me back in time. We'd had this conversation before, different names, different titles, but the same calculation. How to part ways with people without spending too much money. The déjà vu was unsettling, but I was running out of options. By the end of my second week, I was beginning to find my rhythm. I had direct, honest conversations with each of my direct reports, and the outcomes aligned with what I had both anticipated and quietly hoped for. Claire declined the narrower engineering role and chose to resign. Simon also decided to retire. He offered to stay on for a transition period, but I declined. I wanted a clean slate for the sales organization, one that could reflect Megan's energy and vision. The conversation with Shanti was more painful. She struggled to accept that I no longer saw a need for a traditional HR function at this stage of the company's life. I wanted to simplify, return autonomy to the teams, and cut the friction of having to seek HR approval for every minor decision. We kept a small legal compliance group and moved it under Laura's oversight in legal. I moved quickly to downsize the marketing function and rolled sales into Megan's purview, forming a unified go-to-market organization. Megan welcomed the change with enthusiasm. Laura, ever the steady hand, agreed to take on personnel legal compliance without hesitation. What struck me most as the dust settled was how few leaders had considered stepping aside on their own. Even when their roles made no sense, they stayed, drawing salaries as the company edged toward collapse. How many others were still here, quietly draining what little we had left? But cost wasn't the only concern. The deeper issue was commitment. If we were going to turn this around, we needed people who still believed, who were willing to fight for what Artifact could become. A new idea began to take shape. I decided to run it by Vera and Abigail. I asked Vera to join me for a quick strategy session and invited Abigail Kaplan as well. As CFO, she'd been quietly holding the financials together while chaos churned around her. "There's a proposal I'd like to run by you. I want to announce it at the all hands," I said, sliding a document across the table. Vera sat back down. Abigail looked up, alert. Vera read a few lines, then looked at me sharply. "Are you out of your mind? This has never been done." "Early-stage startups do it all the time," I said. "We're a NASDAQ-listed public company," she snapped, "and we won't survive if we keep acting like one." "But this may not even extend the cash runway," she argued. "I can prepare projections for different scenarios," Abigail said, her voice calm. "But I think it could help with morale. At our current trajectory, survival isn't likely. As unconventional as this is, it might give us a fighting chance." Vera didn't respond right away. "This isn't about buying time," I said. "It's about buying belief. It's about what happens after 4 months." "I still can't sign off on it," Vera said. "I'm not asking for your approval," I replied. "I just wanted to hear strong objections. So far, all I've heard is that it's unprecedented. That's not enough to stop us. I hired you on behalf of the shareholders to save this company. If this is your path forward, I won't block it," Vera said with a sense of resignation. I wondered, had Vera already given up? The all-hands meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. I arrived early. Rows of employees were trickling into the auditorium, some heads down, absorbed in their laptops, others slouched in their seats with quiet, weary eyes. The air was thick with unease. I stepped up to the podium. No slides, no clicker, no script, just the truth. "Good morning," I said. The room quieted instantly. For those who don't know me, I'm Arian Nazrani. Some recognized me from my previous time at Artifact. For others, this was their first glimpse. I wasn't here to inspire. I was here to be direct. I have one mission: to give Artifact a fighting chance, and to help it become something worth saving. I paused. "I won't waste your time. The truth is simple. We have 4 months of cash left. That's it. No sugarcoating. Just the raw math of our situation. We've already begun reshaping the company," I continued. "We've streamlined the leadership team. Some long-serving executives have chosen to move on. Others have stepped into new roles. We've merged departments where it made sense. We've removed layers that were slowing us down." I paused to let that land. "Going forward, we'll operate with fewer silos, tighter focus, and clear accountability. These changes were necessary, but not sufficient," I said. "A leaner structure helps us move, but only belief will move us forward." I paused. "What we need now isn't just efficiency. It's commitment, intentionality, skin in the game." My hands were damp with cold sweat. I pressed them against my thighs to keep them steady. What I was about to say would change the course of hundreds of lives. And even though I had rehearsed these words, I still felt nervous saying them. That's why today I'm asking for your belief. Not in me, but in Artifact. In what we still have the chance to become. I took a breath, steadying myself. And belief, like everything that matters, comes with a cost. I've taken a $1 salary, not because I'm a martyr, but because I won't ask you to sacrifice what I'm not willing to give myself. If Artifact succeeds, I'll be rewarded through equity, not title. My compensation is tied entirely to outcomes, not optics. I paused again. Starting today, every one of you has a choice. The energy in the room changed suddenly. All eyes in the room were on me, waiting for me to disappoint them. You can choose to take a 75% reduction in cash salary. The difference will be granted in stock options. You won't just work here, you'll own what we build. Or, I continued, you can choose to leave. Gracefully, respectfully, with 3 months of full severance, no questions, no resentment, no judgment. This isn't about loyalty, it's about alignment. If your path lies elsewhere, I honor that. I softened my tone. But if you choose to stay, know that you won't be alone. I'll be here, in the trenches with you, every step, every setback, every breakthrough. We're not just trying to survive. We're trying to build something worth surviving. I paused. Take the weekend, talk to your families, reflect. We'll reconvene Monday. As I walked off the stage, no applause, no immediate reaction, just silence and stillness. I knew the choice I left them with wasn't easy. I had asked them not to stay for the paycheck, but for the purpose. To stay with intention or to walk with grace. By the start of my 3rd week, Artifact felt like a different company. Roughly half of our employees had taken the severance. The rest had stayed, not for comfort, but in spite of discomfort. That mattered. Later that afternoon, Abigail stopped by my office. "You just bought us 2 more months," she said. I looked up, surprised. "Because of the people who left?" She shook her head. "No, because of the ones who stayed." She was right. The burn didn't drop because of attrition. It dropped because those who stayed chose equity over salary. That single choice changed everything. In just a few weeks, we had tackled 2 of the most urgent problems. The first was alignment. The old structure, silos between engineering and operations, marketing and sales, wasn't just inefficient. It was suffocating. It assumed a scale we no longer had and protected roles that no longer made sense. No middle layers, no lost signals, just direct ownership and clear accountability. Now every team could see the customer, and the customer could see us. The second problem was motivation. But that too had changed. The people who stayed had made a decision that most professionals rarely get the chance to make, to work with intention. If they believed the company couldn't be saved, the rational choice was obvious: take the severance, walk away with 3 times the cash. No one would have blamed them, but they didn't. They stayed because they believed they could help turn the tide, because they wanted to be part of a story that hadn't yet been written. They understood the risk and the upside. They weren't waiting for guarantees. They knew exactly what they were signing up for. They were, in every sense of the word, all in. Now it was time to face the third, and perhaps most corrosive problem. Our sellers were leaving. Based on my meetings with sellers, I heard the same story again and again. It wasn't a competition. It wasn't the product. It was something more fundamental. We weren't paying them on time. But instead of rushing to apply band-aids, I paused. I wanted to approach it with discipline. I turned to a framework that had served me well in moments of high complexity. The theory of constraints. The principle is simple. Every system has one limiting factor, the bottleneck that governs how much it can produce. If you spread your energy across every pain point, you solve nothing. But if you focus all your attention on the bottleneck, you improve the system's output. I pulled together a working session with teams and mapped every complaint, every delay, every internal workaround. The list was long, but the signal was unmistakable. Payment systems were the bottleneck. If you're running a marketplace, you can't mess with trust, and nothing breaks trust faster than money that doesn't show up, especially when it's money people were already owed. The system was in chaos. Payment disbursement delays, manual workarounds, unexplained outages. Our ops team was drowning in patchwork solutions. Engineering had no bandwidth to fix the root cause. They were too busy triaging symptoms. That's when I thought of Sergei Romanov. Sergei used to joke that he had the temperament of a perpetually disappointed middle-aged Russian man. And to be fair, there was truth to it. He didn't bring cheer to all-hands meetings or charm his way through politics. He didn't care about optics. And maybe that's why he was overlooked in the last round of layoffs. But behind that grim exterior was one of the most principled engineers I'd ever worked with. Quiet, deeply technical, a purist in the best sense of the word. He didn't do small talk, but he had built our payments infrastructure end to end for years. When the panic cuts came, we prioritized short-term savings over long-term knowledge. Sergei became a casualty of urgency over understanding. I need someone like Sergei, I thought as I typed out a message, half expecting no response. He replied almost instantly, still unemployed. My luck is bad, I smiled. That was him, dry as ever. Do you see yourself coming back? I wrote. There was a pause. Then came the reply. I come back if there's no bullshit. Classic Sergei. It's real, I wrote back. No politics, no games. He agreed to return as a contractor starting Monday. We met over the weekend. I laid out the mess. Payment failures, brittle systems, seller frustration reaching a breaking point. Sergei just nodded. No drama, no ego. This I can fix, he said flatly. And I believed him. Within 10 days, Sergei had reduced payment outages by 90%. He went straight to the broken engine of our payment system and rebuilt it from scratch. He automated half the manual ops workflows, tickets dropped, seller complaints slowed, payments started arriving on time. It didn't solve everything, but it stopped the bleeding. Under Megan's leadership, the rebuilt sales team started landing new customers at nearly twice the rate we'd seen before. We were still climbing uphill, but we were moving. And we celebrated every win. Each night before heading home, I walked the hallways, not for nostalgia, but to take stock. 2 months ago, this place felt hollow. Empty desks, broken systems. People were either disengaged or quietly afraid. Now, the energy was different. We were lean, we were focused, we were determined. Were we safe? Not even close. We still had less runway than we needed, and every decision still carried weight. And outside these walls, nothing had changed. The stock price hadn't moved, but it needed to. We needed it to rise, not for optics, but for oxygen. Because only then could we raise the capital we needed to build the rest of the runway. But we had something we didn't have before, a foundation, built on people, clarity, and belief. We weren't just trying to survive. We were showing up every day to build something worth surviving. No illusions, no guarantees, just a team, a mission, and a window of time. And that's what it means to be all in. Chapter 4: Collateral Damage. I turned on the TV in my office and switched to the business channel, CBC. In the popular show Stockmania, the host James Comer was hosting a debate between the two famous hedge fund managers, Don Ackerman and Charles Ike. James began the show with his usual buffoonery, which was part of the charm of his show. Look, there are plenty of shows out there that say they'll make you money. But here at Stockmania, we don't just make you money. We make you feel alive while we do it. Because the stock market, it's not a stroll in the park. It's a battlefield between the bulls and the bears. And every Friday night right here, we bring you the heavyweights. In the red corner, charging hard with the optimism of earnings and momentum, the man who makes the bulls stampede, Don Ackerman. And in the blue corner, bringing the thunder from the short side, the sultan of skepticism, the hammer of hedges, Charles Ike. Strap in, folks, because tonight isn't about safe bets or soft takes. This is Wall Street Unleashed. It's bull versus bear, and it's happening now. Let's go, James said as he blew a horn for sound effects. The subject of the night's debate was a relatively small company called Artifact. On the surface, it seemed odd. Why would two heavyweight hedge fund managers spend so much time on a firm with little financial consequence to either of them? To understand why, we need to go back 5 years. But first, let's see how they became entangled with Artifact. It began about a year ago when Don Ackerman quietly acquired a 3% stake in the company. As an activist investor, he pushed for a few changes, but initially, things remained calm. That changed when Charles Ike shorted the stock and began publicly criticizing the company. As the stock price fell, Ackerman became more vocal and aggressive. In an attempt to placate Wall Street pressure, Artifact's leadership made a series of short-term decisions that further weakened the company's fundamentals. Determined to counter Ike's influence, Ackerman doubled down, increasing his stake to 5%. But as Ackerman bought, Ike shorted even more. The tension escalated. Ackerman increased his pressure on the company and ultimately succeeded in forcing out the CEO and several board members. But Artifact wasn't just another investment for either of them. It had become personal. Their rivalry dated back 5 years, during a high-profile battle over a company called Health Choice Inc. At the time, their positions were reversed. Ackerman was shorting the stock while Ike was buying. What began as a disagreement over fundamentals quickly turned into a very public feud. The two traded barbs in interviews, made thinly veiled personal attacks, and seemed more interested in defeating each other than proving a thesis. In the end, Ackerman won. Health Choice declared bankruptcy, and Ike lost over $100 million. But more than the financial loss, he lost face. Ever since, he had waited years to settle the score and found his chance in Artifact. Enough of this, I muttered, switching off the TV. A moment later, my phone rang. It was Vera. "Are you watching this circus?" she asked. I was. "It's unbearable," I replied with a sigh. "I get it. But right now, those two are holding our company hostage. If we want any shot at survival, you'll need to play peacemaker." "It's a personal feud, Vera. I'm not a mediator. But I can meet with them, try to convince them to walk away from Artifact." "Good," she said, her voice tinged with satisfaction. "Because your meetings are already scheduled." "I have to go to New York next week," I said, setting down my bag. Rivka didn't respond. She stood at the kitchen counter holding a sheet of paper. Her shoulders were trembling. I walked over and gently wrapped my arms around her from behind. "What's wrong?" I asked. She handed me the paper. "It's a death threat." The message was short and chilling. "You're flying too high. We'll do to you what we did to your father." "We need to alert the authorities," Rivka said, wiping a tear from her cheek. "Honey, it's part of being in the public eye. People lash out. Don't let it get to you," I said, trying to sound calm, though I wasn't sure I believed my own words. She turned the envelope over. "It's postmarked from England. Why would someone there go to the trouble of sending this?" I didn't have an answer. I reached for another envelope from the pile of mail on the counter. "Look at this one. It's from Turkey." The letter inside read, "Aziz Arian, you haven't replied to any of my letters. I don't know what more to say to prove I'm real. I want to see you. Would you come meet me? Yours, Nofal." Rivka recognized the name immediately. "It's him again. That's the third one he sent." "Do you still have the other two?" I asked. "You get so much fan mail, I try to filter it," Rivka said softly. "I'm sorry. I didn't keep his earlier letters." "I need to focus on the New York trip," I replied, changing the topic. "It could decide whether Artifact makes it or not." She nodded, but her eyes didn't meet mine. "I know work is intense. I feel like we barely see you anymore. And now you're leaving for a whole week." Her voice was quiet, but full of hurt. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of the letter. "Say the word and I'll quit," I blurted out. Even as I said it, I regretted it. Rivka would never ask me to do that. All I had done was hand her the guilt I didn't want to carry. She said nothing. Head bowed, she turned to leave. I reached out and gently took her hand. "I'm sorry," I said. That was a thoughtless thing to say. "I know you'd never ask me to give anything up. The truth is, the way things are going, the company might not last a few more months unless something changes." She turned back to face me, her voice steadier now. "You are that something. You are the change. Don't lose faith. We never know the meaning of events when they happen. Only in hindsight do we see how they shape our path." She wiped the corner of her eye. I pulled her into a hug. "I'll take tomorrow off," I whispered. "The rest of the week is just for us. We also have a double date with Sahar and her husband next weekend," she said, her tone a little lighter. "Will you be back in time?" "I should be back by Thursday," I replied. I arrived at JFK late in the evening and headed straight for my hotel. Yasmin had booked the Beekman, a landmark hotel, less than half a mile from both Charles's and Don's offices. The usual 45-minute ride took over an hour, thanks to the slow-moving traffic. The Beekman, with its stately stone facade and soaring ceilings, felt like a portal to another era. Ornate moldings, dark wood paneling, vintage rugs, and latticed metal grates gave the interior a timeless elegance. It was like stepping onto a 1930s Hollywood film set. After a quick shower, I made my way to Ophelia, the rooftop restaurant. The space was a study in Art Deco glamour, and the panoramic view of the city took my breath away. From my table by the window, I looked out at the East River, shimmering under the city lights. It had been a decade since I'd last set foot in New York. So much had changed. New towers, revitalized neighborhoods, but the city's pulse, that relentless energy, remained the same. Back in my room, I sank into the plush hotel bed. My mind drifted to the last 2 days with Rivka and Masud. I remembered Masud's eyes lighting up at Pike Place Market, the way he giggled during our waterfront picnic. He had fallen asleep in the car on the way home, and by morning I was gone before he even woke up. Now, sitting alone in this hotel room, those memories felt like echoes of a distant past. As I longed to be with them, I could still hear Masud's laughter and see Rivka's smile. But I was here for a reason. I had come to fight for Artifact. And if I was going to face down 2 of the most powerful men on Wall Street, I needed to center myself. Before anything else, I needed to speak with my family. I barely slept the night before. My mind wouldn't stop racing, torn between my responsibility to the company and my longing for my family. I replayed the conversations I was about to have with Charles and Don, sometimes in waking thought, sometimes in dreams. By morning, I couldn't tell the difference. It was raining, so I called a cab to Charles' office. As I sat in the back seat, I noticed my fists were clenched. Anxiety was rising again. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and quietly repeated God's name. Gradually, a sense of calm settled over me. "We're here," the driver said, jolting me from the half-sleep I had drifted into. I handed him a 20 and stepped out into the gray morning. The building towered above me, a glass and steel monolith reflecting the city's ambition. I paused, straightened my jacket, and stepped through the revolving doors. The sudden rush of chilled air hit my face. Inside, I found the elevator and rode in silence to the 6th floor, where Ike Capital Management awaited. The office lobby gleamed with polished marble and brushed steel. Behind the reception desk, a gold-plated sign read, "Ike Capital Management," in bold metallic letters. Above it hung a portrait of Charles Ike, with a grin that felt both triumphant and mocking. "Hello, I'm Arian Nazrani. I have a 10 a.m. meeting with Mr. Ike," I said to the bespectacled woman at the front desk. She didn't look up. "Please have a seat. I'll let you know when he's available," she replied curtly. I sank into a sleek leather chair and glanced at the clock. 10 came and went, then 10:15, then 10:30. Executives passed by in tailored suits, barely noticing me. Time dragged. My frustration simmered beneath the surface. I knew Charles's reputation. A 62-year-old hedge fund manager from Brooklyn, with a demeanor as abrasive as sandpaper. Charles was a man who reveled in his power plays, and keeping me waiting was no doubt his way of reminding me where I stood. The lobby was silent except for the occasional footsteps and the low hum of conversation behind glass doors. Its minimalism felt sterile, deliberate, designed not to impress but to unsettle. I caught myself clenching my fists. I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, and whispered a prayer under my breath. Slowly the edge softened. My breathing steadied. Somewhere between exhaustion and meditation, I drifted. "Mr. Nazrani?" A hand touched my shoulder. I opened my eyes to see the receptionist standing over me with an unreadable expression. "Mr. Ike will see you now." I stood quickly, smoothing my jacket, and followed her down a hallway lined with abstract art. She opened a heavy door and gestured me inside without a word. Charles Ike didn't bother to rise. He remained seated behind a massive glass desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin, peering over his monitor through gold-rimmed glasses that rested low on his nose. "Have a seat," he said, pointing towards a chair without looking at me. There was no handshake. "I appreciate you taking the time to meet," I began. "How can I help you?" he said, already bored. "I'm the CEO of Artifact," I replied. "I wanted to speak to you about your position in our stock." He leaned back slightly, his lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. "Oh, right, the sinking ship," he said. His Brooklyn accent laced each word with disdain. I looked into his eyes, determined not to let the rudeness undermine my purpose. I had waited hours for this moment, and I wouldn't let it slip away without a fight. "We'd like you to reconsider your short position. Our business supports underserved communities and provides livelihoods to people on the margins. There's a broader purpose here." I made a futile attempt to appeal to his emotions. His expression didn't change. "Anything else?" he asked flatly. "At the current share price, your return from shorting us is marginal. But because we can't raise money in the public or private market, the damage to the company and the people tied to it is significant." I pressed on. He nodded slowly as if humoring me. "That's true, I won't make much." "Then what do you want?" I asked with obvious irritation in my voice. "I want the stock of your company to go to zero," he said, raising his voice. Finally, I was breaking through his armor of indifference. "And I am determined to avoid that. I have a plan to address every concern you've raised. The risk-reward profile no longer favors your position. The downside exposure outweighs the upside," I said. My argument had no impact on him. Things were not going as I planned. He was a tough nut to crack. "I have this folio that addresses your concerns regarding our stock. Would you like to see that?" I said. "Sure," he said with a blank expression. I took out a folio from my bag and slid it across the table. He looked at it briefly, then tossed it into a nearby trash can without a word. "Anything else?" he said. "No," I said, and rose from the chair, disheartened and defeated. As I turned to leave, his voice stopped me. "If Ackerman dumps his stake tomorrow at the open, I'll cover. If not, may God help you." Chapter 5. Desireless Action. Back in my hotel room, I tried to catch a nap, partly to recover from the sleepless night, partly to forget the Ike encounter. I wanted to be sharp and alert for my meeting with Don. Doubt crept in again. Just because responsibility had found me didn't mean I had to accept it. I felt unprepared. Being CEO wasn't just about making sure the company ran well. It meant facing people I'd only seen in business headlines and outmaneuvering them. No one had warned me about that. No one had prepared me. I could have been with my family, my wife, whom I loved more than anything, and my son, who was the source of light and joy in my life. When I opened my eyes, the room was dark. I looked at the clock on my phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 6 o'clock. I had 1 hour to reach Delmonico's. My goal in meeting Don was to make him feel valued, understand his concerns, and secure his continued support. But after what Ike had said that morning, I wasn't sure if that was still the right approach. If Don sold his shares, Charles would likely exit too. Maybe that was the cleanest way forward. Cut both of them out and rebuild without Wall Street breathing down our necks. I considered calling Vera to run the idea by her, but there wasn't time. I would have to decide on my feet. The 10-minute walk to Delmonico's reminded me why New York still held its grip on people. The city buzzed with ambition and contradiction. I took my time, enjoying the sights and sounds that were foreign to my quiet, suburban life. Delmonico's was a New York classic, first opened in 1837. With its wood-paneled walls, plush blue booths, and golden lighting, the place exuded timeless confidence. The maitre d' greeted me and led me to our reserved table. I had arrived 5 minutes early to gather my thoughts. If I could win Don over, perhaps the trip wouldn't be a total loss. Don Ackerman, now holding a 5% stake in Artifact, was a force of nature. He was a man with the Midas touch, known for his relentless activism in both New York and Washington, D.C. I kept glancing toward the lobby, waiting for his arrival. He showed up right on time, and as he strode toward our table, his presence commanded attention. I rose to greet him with a handshake. "Good evening, Mr. Nazrani," Don said, offering a firm handshake and a discerning glance. His piercing blue eyes seemed to see straight through me, measuring intent and reading between unspoken lines. I had seen him countless times on business news channels, but in person, he seemed surprisingly human, flesh and blood like the rest of us. After the brief pleasantries, I got to the heart of the matter. I met Charles Ike this morning. Don raised an eyebrow. Anything I should know? He said he'd cover his short if you sold your position at the market open tomorrow. Don leaned back, the amusement vanishing from his face. He studied me for a moment. "Is that what you want?" I hesitated. "It would stabilize the stock, at least in the short term." He shook his head and let out a quiet scoff. "Is this your first rodeo as a CEO?" "Yes." I told Vera to find someone with more experience, but here we are. I swallowed the insult and let him continue. "I apologize," Don said, softening slightly. "That wasn't meant as a personal jab. I believed in your business model. I saw real social value, but I also knew it was risky, so I used my own money, not my clients." "I appreciate that, truly. But your history with Charles is creating turbulence for us," I said carefully. Don raised an eyebrow. "You think I'm the problem? You're trusting that thug over me?" "I'm the only reason your stock hasn't hit zero. If I pull out tomorrow, do you know what will happen? Every headline reads, 'Ackerman walks away from Artifact.' The stock crashes. Charles stays short and makes a killing. And what's left for you to manage then?" He sat back. "How can you be so naive?" "You're right," I admitted. "I was." "Don't be too hard on yourself," he said, waving the tension away. "Your mistake was thinking a Wall Street shark plays fair. Now let's eat. I'm starving," he said. I forced a nod, but inside I felt the weight of it all pressing down. I was in over my head, and they both knew it. Charles had dismissed me. Don had dissected me. I wished Vera were here, not because she could fix it, but because maybe I would have some support. But this was my job, my responsibility, no one else's. As the waiter approached, Don's posture eased a little, relaxed but still sharp. We placed our orders, and the brief pause from business talk softened the air between us. "So," he said, picking up his glass. "Any movement on my board seat proposal?" he asked. "We're still discussing it," I replied, watching his reaction carefully. In truth, we were ready to say yes. "I'm asking nicely," he said with a faint smirk, "but I could ask not so nicely. You should know I'm not a vulture circling a carcass. I believe in this company. I want it to survive," he said. Then why not increase your stake? I asked. He tilted his head, amused. 5 minutes ago, you were trying to get me to sell. Now you want me to double down? You know why, I said. Double your stake, and we'll give you a seat on the board. That had been the plan all along. I was just pushing my chips in now. Don gave a small nod. Doesn't take much to double my position. I'll do it. I appreciate that, I said, doing my best to stay composed. Maybe this trip wouldn't be a total loss after all. I want 2 seats, he said casually, as if ordering another glass of wine. A checkmate move, delivered with a smile. We're offering you 1. Why 2? I asked, trying to keep the tension from rising again. To protect you from yourself, he said without missing a beat. That's the deal. I play good cop. But if you say no, Charles and I can both play bad cop. And trust me, you don't want that. I paused, then nodded. I'll talk to my team and get back to you. Text me before the market opens, he said, as the waiter set down our plates. Now, let's enjoy the rest of the evening. No more business talk. You promised him 2 seats? Vera's voice cut through the screen, sharp with disbelief. I didn't promise anything, I replied. I told him I'd get back to him. I've walked you through everything. We're out of options, Vera. I don't see another way. That makes 4 board seats between you, me, and him. We'll have 1 left. It has to go to someone we trust completely, she said, her tone shifting from shock to calculation. So, you're saying we should give him what he wants? I asked. She hesitated. Like you said, we're out of options. I ended the call and stared at the phone for a moment before texting Don our decision. It wasn't ideal, but it was our best shot. If doubling his stake sent the right message to Wall Street, we might just buy enough time and confidence to raise capital and hold on to our team. It wasn't the future I had envisioned, but it was a future. And right now, that was enough. For the first time in days, I felt at ease. I slipped into sleep before the thought had even finished. On Wednesday morning, I woke up feeling rested for the first time in days. I laced up my shoes and went for a 10-mile run through Central Park. The crisp air and steady rhythm were exactly what I needed to clear my head. My schedule for the day was light, with a few meetings lined up with potential customers. With retention improving, bringing in new clients could be the lifeline artifact so badly needed. Before heading out, I checked the CBC website. Artifact's stock had jumped 15% at the market open. Dawn came through, I thought, as I watched the screen. With each tick upward, the stock climbed, and so did my mood. Messages poured in from directors and shareholders, congratulating me on the rebound. I replied to as many as I could, then got ready and headed to my meetings. The rest of the day moved quickly. The prospective customers were engaged, curious, and far more receptive than I'd expected. For the first time in weeks, there was a sense of momentum. By the afternoon, I was done with meetings and finally checked the stock again. I stared at the screen. The gains were gone. The stock was flat. All that firepower from Dawn, and it still wasn't enough. I kept watching, hoping for a bounce. But the longer I stared, the more my anxiety grew. By the market close, Artifact had dropped 5%. I shut the laptop and closed my eyes. I didn't have to do this. I had been content with my writing, with the quiet rhythm of family life. But now I was tangled once more in the corporate web, drifting away from everything that truly mattered. Breaking free shouldn't be this hard. I could resign, walk away. Sure, it would be messy. A new CEO stepping down within 3 months. What would that say? What would it do to my relationship with Vera? The questions kept spiraling, each one pulling me deeper. My failure to turn things around wasn't just a professional setback. It was beginning to feel like a personal reckoning. I had come to save the company, and I wasn't sure I was even saving myself. I couldn't stay here another night. I booked the red-eye to Seattle. I needed to be home. When I entered the bedroom, I saw Rivka asleep beside Masud, her body curled protectively toward him. I slipped quietly under the blanket and wrapped my arms around her. She stirred, turned toward me, and pressed a finger to her lips. A silent plea not to wake Masud. The warmth of her body against mine softened something inside me. My chest, tight for days, finally loosened. The noise in my mind began to fade, and I drifted into sleep. In the half-light of morning, the conversation began. "I can't believe you're questioning my decision to quit," I said, my voice laced with frustration. "You've told me yourself that I wasn't spending enough time with you or Masud because of this job. Do you want to quit because you truly want to be with us?" she asked. "Yes," I said. I realized I was drifting away from everything that matters to me. She looked at me, not with anger, but with something closer to disbelief, like she could see through the words I was using to shield myself. "Look, I can't save the company," I admitted. "The forces working against us are bigger than I understood. I'm in over my head. I was never the right person for this," I said. "Why are you so focused on saving the company?" she asked. "Isn't that what I was brought in to do?" I asked, as if the answer should have been obvious. "You spent all that time with Uncle Masud. Did you really not hear what he was trying to teach you?" she said. "What are you saying?" I frowned. "Why are you so tightly attached to the outcome?" Rivka asked, her voice soft but impassioned. "You act, and when the result doesn't match your expectations, you want to stop acting altogether. But that's not how duty works. True duty means showing up again and again, no matter the setback, no matter the result." She looked at me, unwavering. "Your trip to New York didn't give you the breakthrough you hoped for, so now you want to walk away. Is that what it means to be a Nazrani?" I hesitated, then asked quietly, "Would you be disappointed if I spent even less time with you while fulfilling that duty?" She didn't blink. "I'd be more disappointed if you gave up on it." I tried to smile, easing the weight between us. "So, either I disappoint you, or I disappoint you more." She let out a soft laugh, the tension dissolving just a little. "It's called marriage." And just like that, without another word, we both knew that I wasn't going to quit. Chapter 6, Shiraz. "We're running late, honey," I called out impatiently. "Just a few more minutes. I'll be right down," Rivka replied from upstairs. I went downstairs to pass the time, flipping through channels until a documentary on the mysterious origins of the Egyptian pyramids caught my attention. Lost in the ancient mysteries, I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder. Looking up, I saw Rivka smiling warmly, her eyes mirroring the vibrant turquoise of her sundress. Her tanned skin glowed softly as light reflected against it, and for a moment I was completely spellbound. "Aren't you getting late to meet your friends?" she teased, blushing slightly. Nearly 20 years together, and yet she still made my heart skip like the very first day. "So, what's this place we're heading to?" Rivka asked as I started the car. Sahar sent me the address, but according to Google, it's just a nondescript building, I replied. After a half-hour drive, we arrived at a freshly renovated building with an elegant sign that read, Café Shiraz. At the entrance, a small table displayed a handwritten note beside 2 silk blindfolds. "Wear these? What kind of surprise do your friends have planned?" Rivka asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Let's just trust them," I replied playfully. We put on the blindfolds, vulnerable yet excited. The door gently opened and someone took our hands, guiding us inside. Immediately, a soothing fragrance of cinnamon and cardamom filled my senses. "You can open your eyes now," Sahar's voice instructed warmly. Removing the blindfold, my vision flooded with mesmerizing pink and red hues, as if I'd stepped inside the heart of a saffron blossom. Gradually, vivid geometric patterns came into focus. The stained glass windows transformed morning light into a brilliant dance of ruby, sapphire, and emerald, casting radiant colors across every surface. Rich Persian rugs adorned the floor, creating the illusion of stepping into a living kaleidoscope. Refracted light painted our skin in vibrant rainbows. "Oh, wow!" Rivka exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Welcome to Café Shiraz," Sahar and Amir greeted warmly, dressed impeccably in traditional Persian attire. We settled onto a plush floor sofa, covered in rich green silk, adorned with intricate Persian patterns. Amir introduced us to Roxana, the maître d', and Reza, the chef. Roxana gracefully poured us aromatic Iranian tea, while Reza presented a delicious array of bread, cheese, and nuts. "This place is genuinely breathtaking," Rivka remarked. "Thank you," Amir replied, smiling warmly. Café Shiraz has been Amir's passion project for a long time, Sahar explained proudly. He left his corporate job 5 years ago to start Silk Road Roasters. For the past 2 years, he's been nurturing the dream of opening a Persian cafe. Today, that dream has finally become a reality, and you're our very first guests. Tell us more about your choice of architecture and ambiance, Rivka asked with genuine curiosity. It's inspired by the Khazar dynasty's aesthetic, particularly the Nasir el-Mulk Mosque in Shiraz, famously known as the Pink Mosque, Amir said nostalgically. If you ever visit Iran, go there early in the morning. When sunlight filters through the stained glass onto the intricate tilework, it's as if you're transported into another world. Seeing your cafe alone makes me imagine how stunning the original must be, Rivka said appreciatively. Amir personally selected tiles and fabrics. Even our architect comes from a family renowned for designing several Qajar-era masterpieces, Sahar added, her pride evident. That must have been quite an investment, I said, before I could stop myself. Rivka gently nudged me, signaling the faux pas. But Amir and Sahar exchanged a knowing smile. Thankfully, Sahar's career is thriving, and Nile stock has surged enough to indulge her husband's extravagant dreams, Amir joked lightly. Amir comes from an aristocratic background. He hardly needs my help funding his passions, Sahar retorted playfully. I paused thoughtfully, then asked, "What inspired you to create Café Shiraz?" With so many cafes around and many struggling to survive, why take the risk? Realizing the bluntness, I quickly added, "Sorry, I guess my recent focus on artifact has made me a bit obsessed with business viability. Amir's expression softened, his eyes distant. My family left Iran in 1979. Though I was born and raised in LA, we frequently visited Iran during my childhood, creating some of my most cherished memories. One morning in Shiraz, my grandfather took me to the Pink Mosque. The experience was unforgettable. Although I never visited Shiraz again, it lives here, he said, touching his heart. Why haven't you gone back? I asked. It's too risky for the Sadeghi family members to visit Iran now, Amir replied quietly. And sensing the sensitivity, I didn't press further. After the success of Silk Road Roasting Company, I started searching for something deeper, Amir said. I felt that Western society had become purely utilitarian. Our art, architecture, even our food, just serves a basic function. We've forgotten what it means to feel awe. We've learned how to feed the body. Our souls remain unnourished. That morning in Shiraz, in the Pink Mosque, I felt something I hadn't felt before, a kind of sacred astonishment. I want people to feel what I felt that day, Amir said. He sat with the idea for years, Sahar added. I did, Amir nodded. I kept stalling, second-guessing. What if it wasn't viable? What if it failed? Amir continued. Then I came across a line in your book. It struck me like a storm. Human life is one with great difficulty and is easily lost. So set your aspirations and make use of every day and night to achieve them. It reminded me that the universe is moving from low entropy to high. There's only a fleeting window in which complexity like life, even consciousness, is possible. Between birth and death, we get only this narrow corridor of light. Why waste that on fear? Why not use this rare human life to create beauty? I realized that to chase only what's practical is to betray the gift of being alive. So I stopped asking what might go wrong. And I stepped in, fully, with both feet, he said it quietly, but there was weight in every word. If you want to understand the Persian heart and mind, Sahar said, you have to read our poetry, especially the Shahnameh. Persian poetry is vivid, layered, full of light and longing. It explains why we're drawn so deeply to beauty. It's not just appreciation. It's part of who we are. We need beauty the way others need air. That makes perfect sense, I replied. Now, I need to read some Persian poetry. How can I deprive myself of such beauty? Sahar smiled, then reached for a silk-covered object resting nearby. Speaking of which, I have a gift for you. A gift? I asked, intrigued. Open it, she said. I carefully removed the red silk cloth. Beneath it was a black leather-bound book, its surface adorned with delicate gold inlay. I ran my fingers over the intricate patterns. This is stunning, I whispered. It's from Amir's ancestral library, Sahar said. When his family fled Persia, they had to leave almost everything behind, but they took a few precious books with them. This was one of them. Amir added, Iran had Armenian printing presses as early as the 17th century, but the first Persian press wasn't established until the 19th century, under Qajar Prince Abbas Mirza. This copy of Layla and Majnun was printed in that early press. Sahar turned to me. Ari, you must know this story. Nizami's Layla and Majnun. His mother was Kurdish, you know. I do know Layla and Majnun, I said softly, still marveling at the book in my hands. But this is extraordinary. It's more than a book. It's an heirloom. I couldn't possibly accept something so precious. I've seen it, I've held it. That's enough for me. Amir looked at me. Ari, if you understand how rare and beautiful this book is, then you must also understand what you mean to us. You were the inspiration behind Cafe Shiraz. This place wouldn't exist without you. Please don't reject our gift. I looked back down at the book, humbled. I'm sorry for the way I responded. It was impulsive. It would be my honor to accept it. Rivka, gently touching the edge of the cover, smiled. Is it like the Persian Romeo and Juliet? Amir smiled, paused for a moment, then said, in a way, yes. But imagine this. Romeo and Juliet is like honey water, sweet and pleasant with a lovely aftertaste. Layla and Majnun is more like fine wine. It delights you at first, but then it intoxicates you. And unlike wine, whose effect fades, the intoxication of love in this story only deepens with time. Then we'll need a translation of this fine wine, Rivka said, smiling. Because we can't read Persian. I'll send you an English translation, Sahar said. But it's a tragedy you won't be able to experience it in the original Persian. Maybe someday, I replied, still holding the book with admiration. I set it down gently, then looked up with a smile. So, how did the two of you meet? Sahar is clearly the strategist, and Amir, well, he seems like a bit of a hopeless romantic. Sahar laughed and nudged Amir. Uh-oh, only if you tell us how you caught this beauty first, she said, nodding toward Rivka. I grinned. I was just a stray pup in the cold. She took me in. Rivka rolled her eyes, blushing as I kissed her shoulder. We met in college, Amir said. Completely different personalities. But somehow, the opposites pulled together, and we just stayed that way. How's parenthood treating you? Sahar asked, gently changing the conversation. Rivka smiled. That's like asking a fish how it feels in water. I don't know any different. I glanced at her, moved by the simplicity of her answer. There was a quiet truth in it I hadn't fully appreciated until now. Motherhood terrifies me, Sahar admitted, her voice softening. It feels like such an enormous responsibility. I'm not sure I'm mature enough for it. Rivka leaned forward slightly. If you think about what Amir said earlier about how brief our window is to create something meaningful, then to me, children are that creation. They're our most enduring expression of beauty. Sahar nodded slowly. I don't disagree, I'm just not sure I'd do it well. Amir, on the other hand, seems more than ready. He can't get enough of his nieces and nephews. She glanced at him with affection, and he smiled knowingly. If I may, I asked, what do you think makes someone ready to be a parent? Sahar paused, thoughtful. Maybe it's about expanding your circle of concern. I'm still very focused on my career. And then there's the question of optionality. Right now, life feels wide open. But having a child, there's no undoing that. It redefines everything. Optionality isn't free, I said. We pay for it with time, with energy, with our lives. The challenge is recognizing when the cost of keeping every door open outweighs the value of walking through one. Rivka nudged me gently under the table, a silent reminder not to let the conversation get too heavy. Sahar exhaled. A faint smile of doubt and regret danced at the edge of her lips. Maybe I just need to pause and really think about it. I haven't given myself that space. The tension that had crept into the conversation was replaced by a quiet stillness. Rivka reached for Layla and Majnun and gently passed it to Sahar. "Would you read something for us?" she asked. "I'd love to," Sahar said, her voice brightening. "I'll start in Persian, and then Amir can translate in English." She opened the book, and the room grew still again, this time with anticipation. Then gently they began, like two dancers, moving in perfect step, their voices weaving together as one. Sahar's Persian rose first, soft and melodic. Though I didn't understand much, I could feel them. Each line carried the longing and devotion passed down over centuries. Then Amir's voice followed, translating the rhythm into English. Not just the meaning, but the emotion behind it. He read with reverence, as if handling something fragile yet eternal. There ruled a noble king of Arab lands, whose greatness spread through all his wide commands. Yet though his wealth and power reached the sky, no child was born to keep his name alive. Like a lone candle, flickering but dim, he wished for fate to grant a son to him. And since his heart had longed with such despair, the heavens blessed him with a son and heir. Sahar paused, eyes shining. "The boy's name was Qais ibn al-Mulawa," she said. "But the world would come to know him by another name, Majnun." "How do Layla and Majnun fall in love?" Rivka asked in a quiet voice. Amir answered with the next verses. Her hair was dark as velvet night. Her name was Layla. She set hearts alight. Just one glance and Qais lost his way. For love, no price seemed too great to pay. Layla felt the same sweet ache. Love stirred within, their souls awake. They sipped love's wine, their souls pure, unaware of what fate had in store. The first taste of love, the sweetest of all. No fall hurts more than our first fall. He paused, letting the last line settle. Layl in Arabic means night, Amir explained. Her hair was dark as night, which is why she was called Layla. They met in school. One day, a bearer came and filled their cups with wine. They drank without knowing and got drunk. Of course, the wine and the intoxication are metaphors for love. Rivka and I sat in silence, completely drawn in. Even in translation, the language was radiant. We could only imagine how much more powerful it must be in the original Persian. Sahar and Amir continued reading. Their hearts were sworn, their love was true, yet whispers spread and quickly grew. A tale once hidden, soft, unknown, now echoed loud in every tone. The veil was torn, their names were cast, a story told, retold too fast. Though love was pure, the world had spied and wove their fate with hands unkind. They spoke in glances, hushed and brief, yet silence only fed belief. With feigned indifference, they concealed what every heartbeat had revealed. As word of their affection spread, the whispers grew too loud to ignore. Layla's parents, fearing scandal, began keeping her at home. Qais had no way to see her, no path to reach her. The separation consumed him until his longing turned to madness. And that's when people began calling him Majnun, the mad one, Amir said. He loved her beauty, fierce and wild, a restless flame, a fevered child. His tongue knew only Layla's name, a whispered prayer, a burning flame. He dreamed of her, he sighed, he spoke, but longing swelled with every stroke. and those untouched by love, so true, called him Majnun. Mad to view, cut off from him, her sorrow grew. She wept in silence soft as dew, while he, alone beneath the skies, let floods of grief pour from his eyes. For love denied is love unchained, a storm that drowns, a heart unstained. Two oceans split by fate's command, forever near, yet starved of land. As I listened to the poem, something stirred deep within me. It was subtle at first, an ache like someone had brushed against an old wound I didn't know was still open. I couldn't name the feeling, but I couldn't shake it either. As much as we've loved this morning, I said gently, we should probably head back. Masud is likely starting to miss us, and Esther has been watching him for quite a while. Rivka looked at me, surprised by the sudden shift, but nodded. It was a real pleasure to host you, Amir said warmly. We rarely have conversations like this. Let's not make it a one-time thing. Oh, don't worry, I replied with a smile. You've just earned your most loyal customers. As we drove back, the feeling in my chest returned, stronger now, more insistent. I kept turning over the verses of Layla and Majnun in my mind, searching for what had struck such a nerve. Then, like a flash of lightning, it came. Do you remember our meeting with Dia in Iraq? I asked Rivka. Yes, she said slowly. What about it? Don't you see it? The parallels. Uncle Masud, he's Majnun. Rivka gasped softly. Now that you say it, yes, I do. Romeo, Majnun, Masud. Different names, same soul. The lover with 1,000 faces? She was quiet for a moment, then asked, why do you think he never went back to Dia? I looked out the window as the city rolled past. I don't know, I said, but I intend to find out. Chapter 7, The Drowning Man. Nile CEO Stan Kuss steps down. Retail head Aaron Griffin is the new CEO. The notification buzzed on my phone. It wasn't unexpected. For years, Stan's Mediterranean yacht had seen more action than Nile's boardrooms. His exit felt less like news and more like the confirmation of a long-running rumor. Aaron's promotion was the kind of quiet inevitability insiders had long seen coming. Good for Aaron, I thought, and fired off a quick congratulatory text. His reply came almost instantly. Thanks, Ari. Can you meet me at Frankie's tomorrow at noon? I'll be there, I replied, more curious than surprised by the urgency. Frankie's was quieter than usual. I arrived 5 minutes early, but Aaron was already there, sitting in the corner with iced tea in hand. His posture was relaxed, his expression lighter than I'd remembered. We hadn't seen each other in over a year, but something in his demeanor, his presence, felt different. Congratulations, I said as we shook hands. This is well deserved. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Ari. It's been in the works for a while, Aaron said in his usual measured tone. People thought Nile was a rudderless ship just because Stan was spending some much-needed time off in the Mediterranean. I smiled. He was still defending Stan. We sat and started ordering. Aaron lingered over the menu. Normally decisive, he seemed to be building towards something. Once the waiter walked away, Aaron spoke with a light, almost teasing tone. Look at us, Ari. One CEO to another? Sure, I laughed. But your company is about 1,000 times bigger than mine. Under your leadership at Artifact, I'm sure that gap will shrink by a factor or two, he said with conviction. It was classic Aaron, always brimming with confidence. When he focused that kind of confidence on you, it felt like standing in sunlight. I let myself soak it in. For once, I didn't feel the need to deflect it or downplay it. I just received it. The conversation paused, stretching into an awkward silence. Aaron sat with the ease of someone completely at home, a calm smile on his face as he fiddled with the silverware. I, on the other hand, could feel a low current of restlessness building inside me. His stillness only magnified my unease. Finally, I broke. So, how does it feel to be in the hot seat? I asked, trying to restart the conversation. Aaron tilted his head, a playful glint in his eye. I thought you didn't like small talk. It caught me off guard, not confrontational but disarming. I couldn't tell if he was dodging the question or leading into something deeper. While he remained composed, I fidgeted, aware of the questions swirling in my head. Why had he called me here? What was so urgent that it couldn't wait? Before I could speak again, Aaron's voice broke the silence with a tone carrying a note of gravity. I read your book, Aaron said in a soft tone. Oh yeah? What did you think? I asked, trying to sound casual, though the eagerness slipped into my voice before I could stop it. As much as I wanted to believe I was past seeking validation, some part of me still craved his. He didn't respond right away. He set his tea down, his eyes fixed on the table as if the answer might be carved into the grain. The pause stretched. Finally, he looked up. It made me feel things I haven't felt in a very long time, he said. His voice had a reflective tone that I had never heard before. I hesitated, then asked gently, "Do you want to talk about it?" Aaron's fingers drifted to the fork beside his plate, tracing its edges like a nervous ritual. For a while, he didn't speak. Then he took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling before he raised his head to meet my eyes. I haven't told anyone this, he began, his voice low, almost fragile. But you said something in your book about the invisible tribe. The one bound not by blood, but by shared trauma. I think I'm part of that tribe. He paused, looking around the room as if to make sure no one else could hear. When people look at me, they see a cutthroat Machiavellian operator. Maybe you did too. I've worn that mask so long, I started believing it myself. I was not ready to see this side of him, raw and unguarded. I said nothing, letting the silence hold space for what he needed to say. But your book, it cracked something open. That chapter, Man on the Mountain, it wrecked me. I wanted to feel what you felt. I wanted to see what you saw, to believe that something more exists beyond all of this. Aaron's voice faltered, his eyes widening slightly as they brimmed with emotion he was struggling to contain. He took a sip of tea, his hand trembling slightly as he set the glass down. Underneath everything I've built, underneath the mask, there's someone else, someone I'd forgotten. The vulnerability in his voice caught me off guard. Aaron Griffin, the man whose reputation preceded him like an unrelenting storm, was now sitting across from me without armor. For the first time, he felt human. I decided to seek help, he said, then added after a pause, unconventional help. I went to Costa Rica. for an ayahuasca ceremony. It was led by a shaman, someone deeply experienced. Ayahuasca is supposed to be hallucinogenic, but what I saw wasn't a hallucination. It was the most real thing I've ever felt. For the first time, I was awake. His gaze drifted past me, unfocused now, as if he were seeing it all over again, not as a memory, but as something still happening. It showed me my life, every moment, every decision, laid bare, not just what I did, but why I did it. I saw how I'd spent my entire life trying to control everything, the people around me, the outcomes, the world itself. And when I couldn't, the anxiety devoured me from the inside out. When things went right, I told myself it was because of me, my will, my strategy, my timing. He paused, then continued more softly now. But ayahuasca showed me a different truth, that none of it was really mine to control. That time is an illusion. That everything is already unfolding as it must. It told me to stop grasping, to let go. Instead of trying to bend the world to my will, I needed to watch it unfold, like a river, flowing on its own, effortlessly, and all I had to do was ride it. He drew in a slow breath, and I saw a glint in his eyes as his mood turned from reflective to joyous. It created a whole world for me, Ari. A world so breathtaking it was like stepping into the Garden of Eden. The colors, the peace, the beauty, and the sense of belonging. I wanted to stay there forever. He paused, smiling faintly, almost wistfully. But she wouldn't let me. The voice guiding the experience, she said I couldn't stay. There was someone I needed to meet, someone very special. Who? I whispered. My brother, Aaron said softly. I blinked, surprised. You have a brother? I had a younger brother, he replied. Pain reflected in his eyes as he peeled back layers of memory. His name was Gabriel. He drowned when he was 3. I was 4. I thought I saw him go under, but I didn't understand what was happening. I remember the screams, my parents yelling his name, the chaos. It didn't register until it was over. He paused, gathering himself. When I asked where Gabriel had gone, they told me he'd gone to meet the angels, and I believed them, the way children do. But then, we stopped saying his name. He became a shadow, a name we never said, a pain we buried under the weight of moving on. He exhaled. It seemed each word was causing him pain. What ayahuasca showed me, he said slowly, was what I didn't know I'd been carrying. My need to control everything, to hold so tightly to people, to outcomes, to life itself. It started that day, the day I couldn't save him. Aaron looked at me, and she told me I'd get another chance to meet him. And did you? I asked. Aaron's eyes softened. Yes. It took me from the garden to a lake. The water was still. So still it looked like glass. And there he was, walking toward me, his small feet somehow gliding across the surface. He looked just like I remembered him, Ari. Same round face, same messy hair. He took my hand. He held it and told me he was okay. That he lived with the angels now. He asked me not to blame myself. Aaron swallowed hard. And I broke. All the guilt I'd buried, the sorrow I didn't even know had rooted itself inside me, it just poured out. And he didn't flinch. He just held me, like I was the one who needed saving. I saw the tears forming now, glinting in his eyes, refusing to fall. After a while, he said I had to go back, that it wasn't my time. And then he started drifting away, walking backward across the lake, still facing me. I tried to follow him. I reached for him. But the more I tried, the further away he became. Aaron's voice cracked as memory overtook him. And just before he disappeared, he said something I'll never forget. He looked up, eyes shimmering. "You'll get another chance to save me." The tears spilled freely now. He wiped them away slowly. That's when I woke up. Woke up to this life we call real, though it felt more like the illusion. The silence that followed was heavy, alive with the echoes of what he just shared. "That's an extraordinary experience," I said softly, still in awe of what I just heard. "I feel honored that you shared it with me." Aaron's gaze drifted to some far-off place only he could see. His prediction came true. "Whose?" I asked. "My brother's," he replied. He said I'd get another chance to save him. "How?" I asked. He drew in a breath to steady himself. The next day I went swimming in the ocean. I was lost in thought. The waves carried me farther than I realized. Then suddenly, the image of Gabriel drowning flashed through my mind like lightning. My body locked up. Panic gripped me. I tried to swim back. But the more I struggled, the more water I swallowed. It felt like the ocean itself was dragging me down. His voice trembled. Then I heard a voice. It said, "Stop fighting, let go." So I did. I stopped grasping, stopped resisting. He paused, then looked up to me. And then I saw him, Gabriel, walking on the water, just like in the vision. He was reaching out to me, hand extended. I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or dying. His voice dropped to a whisper. I asked him, "Have you come to me, or I to you?" He smiled and said, "There is no difference. We were never apart. Here, take my hand and save me." Aaron paused, his voice faltering. But in that moment, I understood. It wasn't really Gabriel who needed saving. It was me. And by taking his hand, by forgiving myself, I was the one being pulled from the depths. The next thing I remember, I was coughing up seawater. Paramedics were over me, trying to bring me back. I still don't know what was real. Maybe I did drown. Maybe I didn't. But something in me changed. He exhaled, as if shedding the last of old skin. The mask I wore, the one I thought was me, it slipped away in that ocean. I went through my own hero's journey, Ari. I died and I was reborn. How could you come back to the Nile job after such an experience? I asked. I couldn't help but hear the echo of my own dilemma, the tension between the clarity I had glimpsed after my pilgrimage and the demands of the world I thought I had left behind. It wasn't an easy decision, he said slowly. Part of me wanted to keep exploring what I'd discovered, to live only in that peace. He paused, turning the iced tea glass in his hands. But there was another part of me, the part that had made commitments to the people at Nile, to the lives that my decisions had touched. I couldn't just walk away from that. I watched him closely. The Aaron I had once known, the corporate mastermind, was still there. But something inside him had changed. Eventually, I came to the same conclusion you did, Ari. Just do what's in front of you. But this time, I wanted to do it differently, to move through the world more aware of the impact I was having on the people around me. My aim became simple: not to add suffering, and if I could, to ease it, even just a little. Taking the job at Nile again wasn't about ambition. It was a chance to lead differently, to help reshape a culture that had grown toxic under our own hands. I nodded slowly, beginning to see what he was becoming. That's why you got rid of the policy to fire the bottom 10% every year. It was the single most harmful thing we ever implemented. Looking back now, I can't believe how many lives we destroyed in the name of performance. Good people, Ari, people with families, with dreams, all sacrificed on the altar of quarterly targets, he said with regret in his voice. He shook his head. And the irony? It didn't even work. It created fear, not excellence, competition, not collaboration. Getting rid of it was the first step toward healing what we broke. I don't know if I can fix everything, but I can at least stop us from doing more harm. I sat in wonder, struck by how far he had come. The man once known for his ruthless efficiency now sat before me transformed, not just a sharper leader, but a gentler one who had come to understand that real success isn't measured in margins or market share, but in the lives he chooses to touch. Just when the conversation began to settle into silence, Aaron shifted gears. So, how's Artifact? Do you think you'll be able to save it? The question caught me off guard. I hesitated, then replied with measured firmness. You know I can't share anything material. But my voice wavered a little, and I knew he picked up on it. Aaron studied me for a moment. Is there any way I can help? Honestly, I just want the two hedge fund managers to stop using Artifact as a battleground for their ego war. If they need to settle a score, they can do it somewhere else, I said with a sigh. I'm well aware of what's going on, Aaron said. This isn't your fault, Ari. And it's not Artifact's either. You're just caught in the crossfire. The company has become collateral damage in a war between two egos. But I think I can help. How? I was curious. The short seller, he's your real problem. He's driving the stock down and poisoning the narrative with lawsuits and media noise. If your fundamentals were weak, he'd be right. But they're not. I believe you can turn the business around. That's not the issue. The issue is the runway. You don't have enough time to get this plane off the ground before they bury you. I sat back, admiring his clarity. Aaron had diagnosed the problem like a surgeon, precise and painfully accurate. You're absolutely right, I said, exhaling the weight of months spent battling headwinds. I've been trying to raise capital to buy us more time. But with Ike shorting the stock so aggressively, no private investor wants to come near us. And if we raise money publicly, we tank the share price and hand him even more firepower. I think we can checkmate him, Aaron said as a willful smile passed through his lips. Tell me. I was curious and excited at the same time. How much are you trying to raise? He asked. Shouldn't you sign a non-disclosure first? I replied cautiously, though I already knew my trust in him outweighed my hesitation. I'll sign anything you want, but do you really want to wait for paperwork when you could just talk to someone who's already on your side? He said. He had a point. A man who had just shared the deepest wound of his life wasn't likely to turn on me now. My trust had already outrun my caution. "We're aiming to become cash flow positive in 9 months," I said, leaning forward. "But we only have enough cash to survive for 3. I've already brought the monthly burn down from 10 million to 7, so we need roughly 42 million to close the gap. Let's call it 50, just to be safe." Aaron nodded, his eyes narrowing as he sank into thought. I could almost see the numbers lining up behind them. Then he looked up, the calculation complete. "Your market cap's hovering around 50 million. You can't raise another 50 in this market, but I think we can still outmaneuver him." "How?" I asked, my curiosity sharp now. "I'll invest 25 million of my own capital," he said evenly, "at 100% premium to your current stock price." I blinked. "That is..." "It's not a favor," he interrupted. "That gives you a little over 3 months of runway, not 6. But if you move fast, if you accelerate your plan, you can still hit break even in that window. Get leaner, get sharper, make every dollar count, and I think you'll make it." I stared at him, momentarily speechless. A part of me bristled. Was this generosity or pity? Did he see me as Gabriel, drowning, needing to be saved? "This isn't fair," I said in a protesting tone. "I'm buying your stock at 100% premium. That alone will trigger a short squeeze. Ike will have to back off. Your share price jumps overnight. From what angle does that not seem fair?" Aaron said with a puzzled expression on his face. I shook my head, searching for the right words. "I meant for you. It's not fair to you. You don't need to make a high-risk personal investment just to pull me out of the depths," I said. Aaron's smile returned, as if he understood something I didn't. "Ari, this isn't charity. I think I'll do very well on this deal. Once you're cash flow positive, your stock won't just recover, it'll soar. That's my edge. I'm betting on your execution. And since I'm paying a premium, your existing shareholders won't fight it. We can move quickly and give this company a real chance to survive." I pondered over his reasoning. The pieces of the puzzle fit together. His logic was sound. This wasn't just a lifeline, it was a signal. Aaron wasn't making a sentimental gesture. He was making a bet on Artifact's future, on my ability to turn it around. "All right," I said, finally. "I'll have Laura send over the paperwork. Looking forward to seeing another oversized check with your signature." I smiled, a quiet nod to the $1 million check he'd once written me in another life. Aaron stood collecting his things. "It's been good catching up, Ari. More than you know. I'm glad I could finally share what I've been carrying. And this investment..." He paused. He looked in my eyes. "I believe in it. I believe in you." I stood with him, moved by the conviction in his voice. When we shook hands, it felt different, like something unspoken had passed between us. "No, Aaron," I said. "The honor was mine to hear your story, to be part of this moment." I gestured gently between us. "You might have just saved more than a company." We parted without ceremony. No grand farewell. Just a quiet understanding carried with us as we walked back into the world. As I drove back to the office, I kept replaying our conversation. Not just the words, but the feeling it left behind. A man facing his past not to rewrite it, but to release it. A brother lost, a mask removed, a hand extended. There was a connection between his story and mine. Aaron had carried the weight of his brother's death for years, a burden that shaped his hunger for control. And And now, by offering me a lifeline, by choosing to help Artifact, he was, in some way, saving a piece of himself. I kept circling around one question. Who was the drowning man? Was it Aaron, submerged in guilt? Was it Gabriel, forever just out of reach? Was it me, slipping beneath the weight of everything I'd taken on? Maybe it was all of us. Maybe we're all drowning in our own ways, each reaching for unseen hands. And sometimes, when the universe aligns, those hands reach back. Chapter 8, Kabul. Booyah! And that was Arian Nazrani, the rockstar CEO of Artifact. Folks, this stock has been on an absolute tear, best performing stock of the year. I told you back in January. You could have 10 timed your money if you listened. Look, I don't play games. I have one mission, to make you money. That's it for tonight. Stick with me, stay in the game, and keep crushing it. I'm James Comer, and I'll see you next time. I turned off the camera, unclipped the mic from my coat lapel, and grabbed my things, ready to head to the office. On SR 520, traffic crawled in a frustrating stop-and-go rhythm, my mind still replaying this morning's interview with James Comer. Then it drifted to the company's stock. Artifact was profitable again, and the next quarter was shaping up to be the best in our history. The stock had reached an all-time high. Employees who stayed through the storm were rewarded handsomely. Thanks to my compensation structure, I was now one of the company's largest shareholders. My stake alone was worth over $100 million. Aaron's? More than $250. He stood to earn more from his Artifact investment than from his tenure at Nile. I noticed the chain of thought, valuation, wealth, status, and gently let it go. I didn't resist it. I didn't chase it either, just observed and released. With practice, I was getting better at noticing the mind's traps and not letting them carry me away. The car finally pulled into the parking garage, the day already humming with momentum. As I stepped out and walked toward the office, my thoughts began shifting from reflection to the tasks ahead. Good morning, Ari. Yasmin greeted me as I approached my office. Could you book a lunch meeting for 2 today? I asked. Of course. Any preference on the restaurant? Not really, I said. Just pick your favorite. She smiled. Any occasion I should know about? Casual, formal, intimate, or top secret? Top secret, I said jokingly. Back at my desk, I opened my inbox. It was flooded with congratulatory messages about the interview and the stock hitting an all-time high. I replied to each with polite gratitude, trying not to let the excitement pull me too far out of focus. A knock on the door interrupted my flow. Ari, it's time for your lunch meeting, Yasmin said. Actually, can I ask you a favor? Sure, anything. Would you mind driving me to the restaurant? I've got a few urgent emails I need to knock out on the way. She blinked, clearly caught off guard. I could call an Uber. Uber will take too long. Let's just go, I said, already grabbing my coat. She hesitated, then grabbed her purse and followed me out, still trying to figure out what exactly was going on. Please excuse the mess, Yasmin said as she opened the car door, quickly gathering scattered unopened bills and a water bottle from the passenger seat. I slid in, already buried in my inbox, typing responses the entire drive. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see her glancing at me now and then, as if she wanted to ask something but couldn't quite find the moment. As we approached the restaurant, she said, I'll just hang out at the cafe next door while you have your meeting. That sounds good, I replied, then paused before adding, "But why don't you stay for a drink while we wait for the other party?" She gave me a puzzled look, but agreed. "Okay, sure." The hostess at Zaytun led us to a window table. Yasmin ordered pomegranate juice for both of us. She studied me curiously. "So, am I allowed to know who you're meeting for lunch?" "You," I said, smiling. Her eyes widened. "What? You're unbelievable. All this mystery for me?" "Well, I wanted to surprise you," I said. "You succeeded," she laughed. "And I'm not done yet," I said. "I have another surprise." "Okay. Now I'm curious," she said, with anticipation in her voice. I reached into my pocket and slid a white envelope across the table. "Read this carefully." She opened it slowly. As her eyes scanned the letter, her lips moved silently, her expression changing from confusion to disbelief. Then she gasped, hand flying to her mouth. "No way! Ari, this is too much." "Not nearly enough," I said with a smile. The letter she held outlined the one-time retention bonus for employees who had stayed through the darkest months, along with the full reinstatement of salaries. A gesture of gratitude, a signal that things were different now. "Thank you so much," Yasmin said, her voice a mix of disbelief and emotion. "I should be the one thanking you," I replied. "I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with. You've dealt with all my last-minute asks, unreasonable expectations, and long silences, with grace. I'm the one who's grateful." She let out a breath and smiled, then confessed, "To be honest, at first I was this close to quitting. I started to wonder if all CEOs were emotionally distant, brilliant maybe, but too self-absorbed to notice the people around them." "Ouch," I said, half laughing, half defensive. "So what made you stay?" "I read your book," she said simply. "I wanted to understand who I was working for. And after that, I decided to give you another chance." I looked at her, surprised and moved. "So you've read all about me, and I know almost nothing about you. What do you want to know?" She twitched in her seat a bit and said, "Tell me your story. What shaped you into who you are today?" I said. "I'm a refugee, like you. I grew up in Afghanistan. When the Soviets invaded, everything changed. We had to leave," she said in a reflective tone. "An Afghan woman with the last name Singh? Isn't that Indian?" I asked, genuinely curious. "My husband is British Indian," she said, smiling. "We met at a cafe. He was ahead of me in line, taking forever to decide what to order." I muttered something impatient under my breath. She laughed, eyes twinkling at the memory. He turned around, flashed a grin, and said, "Hello, love," in the most charming British accent you've ever heard. That was it. I was done for. "How was life in Afghanistan?" I asked. She exhaled softly, her smile fading into something more reflective. "My father owned the only Italian shoe store. It was famous. Singers, film stars, even ministers came to shop there. The Prime Minister visited once while I was there. I still remember how he picked me up in his arms and spun me around like I was royalty." A gentle nostalgia crept into her voice. "We lived in a beautiful home, big compound, high walls like most grand houses in Kabul. My parents loved to host. Our nights were full of life. Elegantly dressed guests dancing under the stars, live music spilling into the garden, the scent of grilled kebabs and rose water in the air. It felt like something out of a storybook." She paused. "A Hazara family lived with us. They worked for us, but they were much more than that. Miriam, the woman who cared for me, was like a second mother. My parents insisted we treat them like family, and we did. Her voice softened further. My mother was a professor of Persian literature at Kabul University. Every night she would read me verses from Hafez and Nizami. The house would be filled with poetry and beauty. I didn't know then how rare that life was and how fragile. And then one day, it all came crashing down. A paradise lost, Yasmin said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Do you miss Afghanistan? I asked gently. If it had stayed peaceful, would you have stayed? Her eyes glistened. I wouldn't have left for anything in the world, she said, barely above a whisper. Can you tell me about the moment you left? What happened? I asked. The Russians invaded in 1979, she said. At first, I didn't understand what it meant. I was just a child. Then the bombings began. Our city trembled beneath them. I couldn't make sense of it. Why would anyone want to kill us? She paused, her hands folding unconsciously in her lap. Baba John was always cautious. He hired a bodyguard to take us to school and back. But safety is just an illusion in war. One day, we heard shouting outside. I ran to the compound wall and peeked over. A man was stumbling down the street, holding his severed arm in his other hand. Blood poured from the socket. He walked a few more steps, then collapsed. He didn't move again. He bled to death right there in front of me. I was terrified. That night, my parents made the decision to leave Afghanistan. I'm so sorry, Yasmin. No child should have to witness that, I said softly. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. We all have to pick up the pieces and carry on. Were you able to leave easily? I asked. She shook her head. Nothing is easy when a country is falling apart. In war zones, every rule breaks down. Every promise, every system. I'm sure you understand. I nodded. My aunt lived in Seattle, so my father went ahead to build a foundation for us. The plan was simple. He'd get settled and we would follow. But war doesn't wait for your plans to catch up. Things spiraled quickly, faster than anyone imagined. Soon, people couldn't leave at all. She paused to catch her breath. We were among the last to escape. We boarded the final flight from Kabul to Istanbul. But even that wasn't simple. At the airport, we were detained. Faceless men in uniform were scanning our papers like they were judging our worth. For a moment, I thought it was over, that this was where it would end. She took a sip of water and continued. Then something miraculous happened. A high-ranking officer, someone who might have once bought shoes for my father, recognized us. Maybe he remembered Baba's kindness, or maybe he just saw a family begging for a future. Either way, he let us through. We left with nothing but a few bags, only what we could carry. From Istanbul, we boarded a train bound for Germany. Our one hope was to set foot on German soil, claim asylum, and wait for my father to arrange our passage to the US. At one checkpoint, German soldiers began sweeping through the train, checking compartments, searching for people like us. If they found us, we'd be sent back. My mother, sensing what was coming, broke down in tears. Beside us sat a Jewish family, strangers to us in every way. We shared no language, no history. But grief, it turns out, doesn't need translation. My mother's tears spoke volumes. Without a word, they acted. They helped us squeeze into the cramped luggage crawl space, then stood guard, their bodies forming a barrier. When the soldiers reached our compartment and demanded to search, the family pushed back, refusing to move, arguing, shielding us until the soldiers, exasperated, gave up and moved on. A Jewish family saving a Muslim family from German soldiers. It felt almost poetic, Yasmin said. Like history was writing a different ending. That sounds like a thriller, I said, trying to lighten the mood. In hindsight, maybe. But back then, every moment felt like it could mean life or death. When did you finally make it to the US? I asked. We spent nearly a year in a refugee neighborhood in Germany. It was cold, uncertain. Then at last, my father managed to get us visas and tickets. We were kids, resilient, adaptable. But my mother, something in her, never came back. It was like part of her had been left behind in Kabul. Yasmin's eyes drifted to the side as if trying to relive the past. After we left Kabul, she never read Layla and Majnun again. One night I asked her why. Why Nizami's words no longer filled our evenings. She stayed quiet first, then whispered, "That story is meant to be read with the one you love." I think she stopped because Baba wasn't with us. And without him, something in her just went silent. And did you ever read it? With the one you love? I asked. I was 16 when I first fell in love. Ah, Yasmin sighed, her eyes shining with the memory. It hit me like a thunderbolt. I can't explain it. Did you ever read it with him? I asked, interrupting her nostalgia. She laughed. I never even spoke to him. But I read Layla and Majnun as if we were reading it together. In my mind, we were already in that story. She tilted her head and asked playfully, "I've seen a beautiful copy of Layla and Majnun in your office. Can you read Farsi?" "That book was a gift from someone dear," I replied. "It's one of my most treasured possessions. I started learning Farsi just so I could read it." "So, can you?" she asked again. With some difficulty, I admitted. "But yes, I can now." She nodded, her voice softening in reverence. "This is the story that has made our people's hearts ache for centuries, not because it's sweet, but because it's true. Majnun's love is madness, Layla's love is silent fire, and somewhere between their longing, you'll find every love story ever told. Read it to each other. Let the poetry seep into your soul. Let it make you ask yourself, could you lose yourself for love? Would you?" Her words echoed in my memory. They reached back to Uncle Masud's final wish, to be buried in Kurdistan, and to the tears Dia once shed for him. And suddenly, I understood that this wasn't just a story she loved. It was the echo of a life she had almost lived, a love that never had a chance to bloom, a city she never chose to leave, a poem her mother could no longer bear to recite. In that moment, I realized, some stories aren't remembered, they're carried. And some cities never leave you, even when you leave them. Chapter 9, Layla and Majnun. "Listen, there's something I need to tell you," Rivka said, resting her head on my shoulder. "What is it, my love?" I asked. "I've thought about it a lot, and I'm finally at a point where I need to make a decision." I tensed slightly. I had hoped to read Layla and Majnun with her tonight, but her tone told me this was something serious. "What kind of decision?" Voice of Liberation has a fundraiser gala in Berlin next month. The RSVP deadline is tomorrow. At first, I thought I'd skip it. With your job and everything going on at home, it felt impossible. But this might be my only chance to meet the whole team in person. Alia Dahan will be there, so will Sadia. I've never even met her face to face. I really feel like I need to go, but I also know how busy you are. Would you be able to take care of Masud while I'm away?" I looked into her eyes. "I want you to go, and I don't want you to worry about a thing here." She smiled. "How can I not worry leaving my heart behind? I have a right to feel a little sad, don't I?" "All right," I said, smiling back. "Should I begin?" "Yes," she whispered. "Let's pick up where we left off." Cut off from him, Layla wept alone. Each tear a pearl her heart had grown. And Majnun, starved of Layla's face, let floods of sorrow take her place. His heart's own blood rose like a tide, and climbed until it drowned him inside. Each night he left his house in pain to circle Layla's street again. And in the dark, he'd kiss her door, then turn and grieve his love once more. Majnun's father was heartbroken, watching his son waste away in the grip of longing. Hoping to ease his suffering, he approached Layla's father to ask for her hand in marriage. But the reply he received was firm and final. "Though friendship bids me hear what you propose, there's much to weigh before this matter grows. Your son is handsome, yes, but not quite fit. His wildness speaks and none can silence it. He's mad. The world has seen his troubled state, and madness is no match for Layla's fate." Distressed by this rejection, Majnun fled his house to seek wilderness. He was a dead man, tearing off his shroud, ripping his clothes, clapping, crying aloud, ready to end it all in his despair, calling on God frantically everywhere. He ran in madness, crying his lament, "Layla, Layla," wherever he went. Majnun's father, heart heavy with worry, believed a pilgrimage to Mecca might cure his son's torment. He took him to the Kaaba and said, "Circle the Kaaba once and you will find. You can escape griefs circling in your mind. Just say, 'O God, release me from this pain, grant me your grace, and make me whole again.'" Majnun approached the Kaaba and prayed to God. "It's love that shaped me, carved me, set me free. Without its light, what would become of me? O God, let hunger never leave my soul, but let me seek her face, my only goal. Take every hour that fate still has to give, and weave them into Layla's years to live, like candles burning constant through the night. Let this flame never dim, this fire stay bright. Let love not wither, let it never tire, but rise a storm, a flood, a blazing pyre. And may each heartbeat burning faithfully proclaim her name, a vow eternally." After returning from the pilgrimage, Majnun withdrew once more into the wilderness. There he wandered alone, whispering Layla's name like a prayer, composing verses that poured from the ache of separation. The creatures of the wild, sensing the purity of his love and the gentleness of his soul, gathered around him in silent guardianship, forming a protective circle that kept the cruel world at bay. Still heartbroken, his father made one final attempt to bring him back. Finding his son gaunt and consumed, he pleaded with him to return home, offering counsel shaped by sorrow and hope. "If love has lit a fire that's burnt your heart, your burning love has torn my guts apart. Be drunk, but not with wine, seek what is higher. Let love burn bright, yet free from base desire." But nothing could change Majnun's heart, and he replied, call not my love a sudden, piercing thorn. This spine has lived in me since I was born. Deep-rooted, sharp, it aches but will not die. A wound I cherish beneath the open sky. Better the warrior who stands and bleeds than one who bends to fear or shuns his deeds. Let cowards flinch, let weaker souls retreat. I'll bear this thorn till earth and heaven meet. Far from him, Layla drowned in quiet grief. She drank wine outwardly, but inwardly. All that she drank was grief and misery. She seemed to be a smiling candle while she burned like melting wax beneath her smile. Seeing his daughter suffer in silence, Layla's father arranged her marriage to Ibn Hassan. The union was meant to restore her dignity and quiet the rumors, but it only deepened her grief. When Majnun heard of the marriage, he was devastated. His world, already fragile, crumbled further. Majnun's father, heartbroken by his son's descent into madness, made one final attempt to bring him home. He approached him with tenderness and urgency, hoping love and reason might still reach him. But Majnun's reply left no doubt. He was too far gone. It isn't just my father. I'm not sure, inside myself, who I am anymore. My name is lost. I cannot even tell. If I'm the beloved or the lover who fell, forget me. My life is done. Imagine you never had a son. Majnun's father, his heart heavy with sorrow, embraced his son one final time. As he held him close, these were the words he spoke. Stand. My son, embrace me now, for our time is brief. Let sorrow's river merge with the ocean of my grief. Renounce the shadows, choose the light instead, for fortune walks where noble paths are tread. And when misfortune comes, don't curse the hand you swore to fight but failed to understand. The hurt you bear, the wound you think unkind, was shaped in truth by the workings of your mind. So turn from blame, cleanse your soul with grace, and meet the world with love in every face. For what we sow is what we reap in time. Then sow the good and rise in light sublime. After his father died from heartbreak, Majnun wandered the wilderness untethered. One day, he left the desert behind and passed through a village where Layla's people once lived. On a wall, he saw their names scrawled side by side, Layla Majnun, a tribute to their love. He stopped, stared, then stepped forward and erased Layla's name, leaving only his own. A bystander, watching in shock, cried out, "Why would you separate the two?" Majnun turned and said calmly, "The writing showed two. But lovers are one. One is truer than two. Dig into the lover. What rises is the beloved." "But you kept your name," the man protested. "Wouldn't it have been better to leave hers?" Majnun replied, "Layla is the meaning, I'm only a word. I am the sheath, and she is the sword. She is the face, I'm merely the veil. I am the shell that holds the kernel, frail. It's not for the lover to be the core. I'm her cover, nothing more." Layla's marriage to Ibn Hassan was a union in name only. Her heart belonged elsewhere. Though bound by duty, she remained untouched. Her devotion to Majnun was unwavering. Ibn Hassan, sensing the truth, was consumed with sorrow, grieving not for a wife he never truly had, but for a love he knew he could never earn. In secret, Layla sent a letter to Majnun, hoping to soothe his torment and reassure him that her love had not faded. How do you fare in this cruel game we play, where fate divides, yet binds us to obey? The husband chosen by my father's hand has never touched me, nor held my hand. It's no sin that I can't live without you. The sin is the world that parts us in two. A strand of your hair outweighs all the earth. Its treasures pale beside your worth. We are but guests, brief as twilight's glow, enduring what crooked heavens bestow. Mourn less, beloved. Though our vows are denied, you are not alone. I'm here by your side. Why cry to stars thinking you stand alone? God alone reigns from his eternal throne. So hold fast and let patience be our creed. For love is not measured by touch or need. Layla's husband died of sorrow, knowing he would never possess her heart. After his death, she returned to her father's home, but even then, her father remained unmoved by Majnun's devotion. Layla, now frail and sick, had wasted away from years of silent yearning. Meanwhile, Majnun, half mad and fully exiled from the world, roamed the wilderness, composing verses to the wind, keeping Layla's name alive in every breath. When news of Layla's freedom reached him, he was too broken to act. His love had long since transcended the realm of action or reunion. But Layla, unwilling to surrender to fate once more, disguised herself and ventured into the desert with a trusted servant determined to find him. They met at last, near a forgotten grave beneath a lonely sky. "Do you not know me?" she whispered. "I am your Layla." Majnun looked at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Layla?" "No, Layla was a dream. You are only the shadow I've chased through dust and silence." His madness had grown so deep, his longing so pure, that the idea of her had eclipsed the real Layla. Though they stood face to face, though nothing barred their touch, they did not embrace. Their love had become too sacred for the world's weight. What once burned with desire now glowed with divinity, untouchable, eternal. Love without patience, without grace, is not love, just a fleeting embrace. Desire burns, then fades to ash, a moment's spark too weak to last. But true love shines, serene and bright, a mirror to the soul's pure light. It does not hunger, does not crave. It lifts us high, beyond the grave. Lust will vanish, lost in time, while love stands still, untouched, divine. This is the path, the sacred flame, that asks for nothing, yet gives the same. For love that's pure will never die. It lives beyond both earth and sky. After hours of silent tears in Majnun's presence, Layla finally expresses the state of her heart. "You are my fate, the path I tread, the dream I chased, the life I've bled. Finding you, I lost my way. Yet in your love, I choose to stay. You are my breath, my soul, my sight. Without you, I fade into night. Ah, how I longed, and now you're near. Yet I forget the self I fear. If my heart is yours, then when you part, I'll follow too, without a start. My soul is yours, take it with grace, for in your hands I find my place. Without you here, what's left of me? A hollow shell, a restless sea. There is no me, there is no you. In love, we are one and true. If I am you, and you are I, then who remains and who must die? Two letters joined, one sound we make, two halves of one, no space to break. Would that we were one form, one whole, one body bound by one pure soul. No loss, no longing, no divide, just love eternal, side by side. Majnun wept beside Layla, his heart drowning in her sorrow, but the weight of grief became too much to bear. With a cry torn from the depths of his soul, he tore his clothes, shattered by anguish, and fled, wild, broken, vanishing once more into the wilderness. Majnun wept, his sorrow spilled. 1,000 tears, a river filled, each drop a jewel, a hidden hoard, a silent prayer, a love implored. Layla wept, her tears like stone, a necklace strung in grief alone. Her love unchained, too fierce, too deep, a tide of longing she couldn't keep. Majnun watched and felt his soul, crushed beneath love's brutal toll. His hands tore fabric, ripped apart, for reason had fled his burning heart, like a queen cast from her throne. Layla mourned, in dark, alone. Her spring lay barren, dry and cold. Her torch went dim, her fire old. Layla had come to accept what her heart had resisted for so long. She and Majnun would never be united in this life. All that remained was to wait for death and hope that, perhaps, their dust might one day mingle beneath the same earth. She turned to her mother, her body frail, her voice soft but resolute, and shared her final wish, to be buried where Majnun had once walked, where the sands had carried his poems, his tears and his undying love. A resting place not of peace but of longing. My heart has bled in silence. Let it cease, now bless my neck, and grant my soul release. Dress me in dust where his dear footsteps fell. That sacred earth my fading eyes know well. Let my shroud be crimson, a martyr's sign. For love's fierce war, this broken life was mine. When he who wanders learns that I have flown, he'll come to weep where I lie cold alone. He'll seek the moon, but find instead the clay, while I slip free like dawn from night's decay. Tell him, Layla's chain is broken finally, released from pain into sweet eternity. Her tears still glisten on the wind's last breath, as she walks gladly to her second death. When Majnun heard of Layla's passing, he wandered the desert like a man possessed, his grief heavier than the sky above him. With a dust-streaked face and trembling limbs, he made his way to her grave, his final pilgrimage. There before the mound that held her, he collapsed. From hill to plain he ran, a ghost of pain. His tears fell like a never-ending rain. Like blood they bloomed, sorrow's crimson stain, where tulips of grief rose in unending lane. Each day he waned, a moon consumed by shade, his soul a breath from where all breaths are laid. O Lord, he cried, creator of this sphere, of all that's precious, grant my final prayer. O maker of the earth, now sever the chains that bind me from my love forever. Let sorrow end, my Layla waits so near. Unshackle me and draw me back to her. And so, with whisper soft and deep, he left this world, He fell asleep. No cruel gaze, no mocking tone, just Layla's arms, his final home. Have you ever experienced so much beauty it hurts? As I closed the book, a heavy silence filled the room. The story had seeped deep into us, so deep it reshaped everything we thought was real. When I turned to Rivka, my vision blurred with tears. I tried to blink them away, but before I could say a word, she broke down. She threw her arms around me, holding on so tightly it hurt. "I don't want to go to Berlin," she sobbed into my chest. "I don't want to leave you. I don't want to spend a single day without you. I cannot." Her body trembled. I felt her tears soaking through my shirt, her nails digging into my chest as I held her close and stroked her hair. "I cannot live a day without you either," I whispered. "That's why we'll all go to Berlin." Chapter 10. Berlin. We landed at Berlin Tegel Airport in the afternoon. It was the first time any of us had set foot in the city. For me, it felt like just another place on the map. But for Rivka and Esther, it was anything but ordinary. This was the land of their ancestors, a land where their people once flourished and nearly vanished. As we stepped out of the airport, the weather reminded me of Seattle. The same gray sky, the same soft drizzle. But the air here felt heavier, as if saturated with the weight of unfinished history. Rivka and Esther were silent for most of the drive to the hotel. I played with Masud, trying to give them the space to feel what they needed to feel. We had come for the awards ceremony, an honor recognizing Rivka's work with survivors of war and violence. Yet this trip, while celebratory, was also a journey into Rivka's past, a doorway to long-buried truths none of us expected to confront. That first day, we simply tried to settle in. Our hotel near the Tiergarten offered a pocket of green in the heart of the city. After unpacking, we wandered through its winding paths. Masud chased pigeons through the plaza, while Rivka and Esther paused to admire the elegant buildings, restored faithfully to the original architecture. We passed the Brandenburg Gate, its neoclassical columns rising against the overcast sky. In the evening, we walked along Unter den Linden, where cafes spilled onto sidewalks and violinists played for spare euros. Berlin had rebuilt itself, alive, efficient, and modern. But beneath its polish, the scars of history remained, silent, unhealed, and unmistakably present. The next morning, we made our way to the memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe. No one said it aloud, but we all knew this was going to be an emotional, almost transformative experience. The memorial stretched out before us, a stark and haunting collection of concrete slabs rising unevenly from the ground. As we stepped into its maze-like expanse, the city's bustle faded into silence, replaced by a sacred stillness. The shadows between the slabs played tricks on the eye, creating the illusion of an endless staircase, beckoning us downward, inward, into memory. If there was one word for the atmosphere, it was silence. No names, no inscriptions, just plain cold stones symbolizing the world's stone-hearted indifference, while 6 million were marched to their deaths in the killing fields of Europe. Rivka walked slowly between the slabs, her fingers trailing across the rough concrete. Esther followed a few steps behind. She had a firm, stoic silence on her face, as if reinforcing a dam of propriety, holding back the flood of emotions. I stayed nearby, close enough to offer support, far enough to give them the space they needed to grieve in the innermost sanctum of their hearts. Opa loved his country. He had so much faith in his countrymen that he couldn't believe something like the Holocaust could happen, Esther said, her voice beginning to tremble. Friends and relatives begged him to leave. He listened and sent Oma and Mama out of the country. But he never made it out himself. Did he try to reach out to them? I asked, and immediately regretted it. The question felt clumsy, too direct. He must have, Esther replied softly. But Oma never received anything. We only have a conjecture that he was taken to a camp. I am sorry, I said. I did not mean to reopen old wounds. It's all right, Esther said, offering a faint, tired smile. These wounds never really closed, but we need to process this grief, not bury it. We have to release it so we don't pass it on to the next generation. Rivka nodded beside her. As we made our way out of the maze of slabs, I guided Rivka and Esther towards the nearby information center. They didn't know it yet, but I had a surprise for them. In the weeks leading up to our trip, I was in contact with the Erelson archives, trying to uncover whatever I could about Avraham Stern. The documentation around his disappearance had been limited and unreliable. His name was far too common. But with the help of some private researchers I'd hired, we'd managed to uncover something tangible. Inside the center, a middle-aged German woman greeted us from behind the reception desk. "Hello, how can I help you?" she asked politely. "Hello," I said. "My name is Ari. I've been working with Mr. Fisher on tracing one of our ancestors. Is he available?" "Oh yes, Joseph mentioned your case," she replied, her voice warm. "Unfortunately, he's not in today, but I'd be happy to assist. I'm Ingrid. It's a pleasure to meet you." She extended her hand. "Thank you," I said, shaking it. "If you'll follow me to a more private space," she continued, "I can share what we've found." I turned and motioned to Rivka and Esther. "Come with me," I said. Rivka hesitated. "Where are we going?" "Just trust me," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart had already started to race. Ingrid led us into a quiet, dimly lit room lined with shelves of old records. A large wooden table stood in the center, worn smooth from decades of hands and history. She walked over to a cabinet, retrieved a folder, and opened it with care. This folder contains everything we could find about Avraham Stern, she said gently. A flicker of shock crossed Esther's face, followed by awe, disbelief, grief, all braided into one. Avraham Stern lived in Charlottenburg here in Berlin, Ingrid said, pointing to a spot on the map. It's about 15 minutes from here by car. She paused, then continued. We don't have a record of his exact apartment. When German Jews were being rounded up, he was hidden for some time by a neighbor. But during a sweep by the SS, he was discovered. She slid a black and white photo across the table. This is the house where he was taken from. Esther studied the image in silence, with an unreadable expression. There's a Stolperstein with his name, Ingrid added, handing over another photograph. It's embedded in the sidewalk outside that building. She turned the image toward us. A brass plaque, weathered but gleaming, bore the name Avraham Stern. Esther's lips tightened. A shiver ran through her jaw, like a ripple across still water. Ingrid handed us a grainy black and white photograph. "This was taken after he was captured," she said softly. "The last image we have before he was deported to the camp." The young man in the photo had dark, expressive eyes and a cascade of black curls. A pronounced cleft marked his chin, a striking feature that both Esther and Rivka had inherited. Esther gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Rivka leaned in, wrapping her arm around her mother. I placed a hand on Esther's shoulder, offering what little comfort I could. She hesitated, then reached for a second photograph. "This is the last artifact we have," she said, her tone hushed, almost apologetic. "It was taken 1 week before Mr. Stern was murdered." She slid the image toward us. A gaunt figure stood in the foreground of an open field, so emaciated he was barely recognizable as human. I leaned closer. Abraham's eyes stared back at me, hollow, sunken, with resigned clarity of a man who had already begun to withdraw from the world. As I stood transfixed by the image, a sudden movement caught my eye. Esther had sunk to her knees, her trembling hand covering her mouth, as though the weight of generations had finally crushed her. A deep, heart-wrenching sob escaped her lips, and she broke down, crying uncontrollably. Rivka dropped beside her mother without hesitation, wrapping her arms tightly around her. Tears streamed freely down Rivka's face as she held Esther close. For a moment, time seemed to dissolve, leaving only the two of them, mother and daughter, bound together in a grief too vast for words. Seeing them like that, a lump rose in my throat. My vision blurred as tears welled in my eyes. I knelt beside them, placing one hand on Rivka's shoulder, the other on Esther's back. We said nothing. We didn't need to. In that moment, we shared the sorrow, and the silence held us. There was a saying in the Altman family: if you add nothing to the lives of your ancestors, your descendants will add nothing to yours. Avraham Stern had been taken from this world without his family ever knowing the full truth. For decades, they had searched, through stories passed down, through conjectures, through silence and speculation. And now, finally, their persistence had brought them closure. All three of us owed our lives to Avraham's sacrifice. If Rivka had never come into my life, I often believed mine might have ended much earlier. I'd always understood, in theory, why the Altmans wanted their children to carry their Jewish heritage forward. But only now, only after looking into the haunted, hollow eyes of Avraham Stern, did I truly understand. This is how memory survives. Through remembrance, through love, through us. One day, when Masud learns about his roots, will he remember Avraham? Will he carry Asad's name with honor, as we now carry theirs? I looked down at him, still sleeping peacefully in his baby carriage, unaware of the weight, the legacy, and the love that had brought him to us. We carry the debt of those who came before us, a debt that cannot be repaid to the departed. The only way to honor it is to pay it forward. Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. With each small act of compassion, with each quiet choice to ease another's suffering, we begin to settle that debt. I'm all right, Esther whispered, wiping her tears and sinking back into her chair. I'm all right. We turned toward Ingrid, who was discreetly dabbing at her own eyes. These are all the documents we were able to find, she said, gently sliding the folder across the table. They're yours to keep." She paused. "And if I may, I'd strongly recommend visiting the Stolperstein placed in his memory. It's not far from here." "Thank you. Your kindness is something we'll never forget," I said. The three of us rose and made our way out of the monument. We knew where we were going. We arrived at Kaiserstrasse 42, Berlin, the address where Avraham had once found refuge before he was taken. The original house was gone, destroyed in the bombings, replaced by a modern apartment building. Rivka helped Esther out of the taxi. Her mother moved slowly, her face pale but resolute. I carried Masud, his sleepy head resting against my shoulder. "We should look along the sidewalk for Opus Stolperstein," Rivka said. It was getting colder. I pulled my scarf tighter and began scanning the cobblestones. Rivka walked beside me, shivering, drawing her coat close. Esther moved ahead of us, her back straight despite the chill, her eyes fixed on the ground. "It has to be here, it has to," Rivka murmured under her breath, tension rising with each passing minute. I could hear the frustration creeping in her voice. But Esther remained silent, composed. She had waited a lifetime for this moment. A few more minutes wouldn't matter. Other Stolperstein glinted faintly under the weak winter sun, each one a name, a date, a wound. Small brass squares embedded in the city's skin, each a reminder of what was lost on these very streets. Then Esther stopped. Without a word, she knelt. "Ma, are you okay?" Rivka asked, rushing to her side and reaching for her arm. Esther didn't answer. She simply began to wipe the brass plaque with her bare hand, slowly, reverently. The letters emerged beneath her touch. Here lived Avraham Stern, born 1907, deported 1942, killed in Auschwitz. As a life draws to its close, what does it all amount to? In the end, we are stories, passed down, remembered, sometimes forgotten, and then remembered again. Our own narratives are stitched from the threads of those who came before us, shaping how we see the world and how the world sees us. Rivka's story had always been incomplete without knowing Avraham's. We had found Avraham by discovering his story, and in finding him, we had found a piece of ourselves. As our car pulled up to the grand entrance of the concert house, I stepped out, adjusting my tuxedo, a rare occurrence, but tonight demanded it. Turning back, I extended my hand to Rivka as she emerged, her black gown shimmering like a star-strewn night. The soft glow of the lights kissed her face, bright as the moon, while her dark, wavy hair flowed to her shoulders. She looked into my eyes with a gentle smile, slipping her arm through mine as we climbed the steps. The air was filled with the soft swell of classical music. But in that moment, everything else dissolved. The crowd, the lights, the grandeur, until there was only her. Inside the concert house, Berlin unfolded in a symphony of opulence and purpose. Crystal chandeliers bathed the marble floors in golden light, casting reflections off the polished brass rails and the sequined dresses and tuxedos of dignitaries. Rivka's eyes lit up as they fell on Sadiq Khalaf, the Nobel laureate and unwavering voice for Yazidi genocide survivors. It was their first time meeting in person, but when they embraced, it felt more like a reunion than an introduction. Not far away, Alia Dahan, dressed in an emerald silk gown, stood with her famous husband, George Benedict, the legendary Hollywood actor. They were surrounded by people eager to greet them, as if the entire room had quietly agreed They were the evening's center of attraction. The moment Alia spotted Rivka, she took George's hand and made her way toward us. The two women embraced like old friends. George offered Rivka a kiss on both cheeks and a smile filled with genuine admiration. "I've heard so much about you," he said. Then he turned to me. "We're two lucky men, aren't we?" I smiled. "We are, though some of us have better press agents than others." He laughed heartily, clapping my shoulder, and I found something authentic, something real under the polish of his personality. We took our seats near the front row. Rivka's fingers tightened briefly around mine. The music faded, the lights dimmed, and the ceremony began. First came Sadia Murad, recognized for her continued advocacy on behalf of the Yazidi women. She spoke with quiet force, painting vivid scenes from the Sinjar Mountains of fathers and sons executed before their daughters' eyes, of sisters sold into slavery, and of the ongoing struggle to rebuild shattered lives in a world that too often still looks away. Next was Aliyah Dahan, honored for her global efforts in supporting displaced women and advancing justice through international courts. The audience applauded warmly. The energy of the evening was rising. Then came a pause. For her tireless work in trauma care and rehabilitation for survivors of sexual violence in war zones, please welcome tonight's honoree, Rivka Altman. Rivka's hand trembled slightly as she rose. I stood for just a moment, squeezing her hand, then let her go. The spotlight found her as she stepped towards the stage. She moved with grace, but I knew how much effort that grace took. The EU Human Rights Minister handed her the award, and as the applause softened, Rivka approached the podium and carefully unfolded the speech we had worked on together. She opened her mouth to speak, then stopped. Her eyes lingered on the page. Too long. Was something wrong? Had she brought the wrong version? Was she frozen by fear? In my seat, I began to squirm, anxiety rising in tandem with hers. I watched her closely, silently urging her forward. But Rivka remained still, the paper in her hands trembling ever so slightly in the light. Should I go up there, support her? The thought flashed through my mind as the silence stretched on. Rivka stood there, motionless, and all I could think was, I can't let her falter now. I began to rise from my seat. Then she spoke. I had prepared a speech for tonight. I had rehearsed it. But after today, those words feel empty. Earlier today, I stood at the site where my great-grandfather, Avraham Stern, was taken, pulled from his home, from his life, and sent to die in a camp. I saw a photograph of the man I had never met. I saw the hollow in his eyes. I saw the plaque in the street, marking the place where he was taken. There was no ceremony to his suffering, just silence and absence. And in that silence, my thoughts turned to the Yazidi women I've met, survivors who once fled to the Sinjar Mountains, thirsty, starving, hunted, whose fathers, sons, and brothers were shot, whose sisters were sold. And again, the world stood by. After the Holocaust, we promised Nia Wieder, never again. But if never again means anything, it cannot mean never again for us. It must mean never again for anyone. We cannot resurrect those we lost, but we can remember them rightly, by how fiercely we fight for the living. Let us be the generation that makes never again, not just a slogan etched in stone, but a promise kept in action for everyone. There was a stunned silence in the room, then thunderous applause. Rivka stood still for a moment, caught off guard. She wiped her tears, visibly shaken by the response. I could feel her bewilderment. She hadn't spoken for praise. She had poured herself into every word, not to be admired, but to be understood, to share in the sorrow, not to stand above it. And yet, the applause, however well-meaning, made it feel like a performance. She stepped down from the dais and moved briskly to my side. Without a word, she sat beside me, grasped my arm, and rested her head on my shoulder. I felt the tremble in her fingers as I gently pressed her hand. Her green eyes were still shining with tears when I turned to her. "I'm proud of you," I whispered. She closed her eyes and squeezed my arm. "Just love me," she whispered. "That's enough." Chapter 11, Konya. The line kept ringing, no answer. I'd tried that number more than a dozen times with no luck. Insomnia had been my lifelong companion, and that night was no different. I woke up at 4 a.m., checked my phone out of habit, and saw a new voice message. As I listened, memories I thought I had buried resurfaced vague and fragile, like fragments of a dream I could no longer piece together. No matter how hard I tried, I could only recall slivers of that life from 30 years ago. To avoid waking Rivka and Masud, I stepped onto the balcony of our hotel suite. The early morning sky over Berlin was already beginning to lighten. The air was cool and crisp. Birds had started their morning chorus. The Brandenburg Gate stood in the distance, still and majestic, as the first light of day bathed its stone. And yet, all that beauty, all that stillness, did nothing to quiet the storm in my mind. You'd think that after a lifetime of making difficult decisions, it would get easier. But it never did. Each choice came with a cost I was never fully prepared to pay. I began pacing across the balcony, trying to think my way out of my predicament. But there was no solution, no clear path. So finally, I let go. I sat down on the ground and began to recite the name of God. "Ari," I heard the gentle voice of Rivka. As I opened my eyes, I saw my love, my life, in front of me. "Your son wants to say good morning," she said with a smile as she handed Masud over to me. Masud was too excited to see me as he started flailing his arms. I gave him a gentle kiss. "I need to go to Turkey," I said. "Let's all go. It's a beautiful place," Rivka replied with excitement. "No, I cannot take you where I need to go," I replied. Her facial expression changed instantly. She realized the door I was about to open would lead me back into my past. "Listen to this voice message I received this morning," I said as I played the message on my phone. "Azizam, this is Nofal Ape. I hope you remember the time we spent together. I owe your uncle a debt which I can now only repay to you. Will you come and see me? You've got death threats because of your heritage," Rivka said, her voice rising. "Do you not realize this could be a trap?" "My heart knows," I replied. She shook her head, her eyes brimming. "Why can't we move on from the past? Why can't you just come with us?" Her voice cracked, and the tears came. I reached for her hand. "Because if I turn away now, I'll never go back." She looked at me, hurt, searching. "Remember the man who kept writing to me?" I said. I knew who he was. I ignored his letters again and again. He's the same man, Uncle Masud's friend, the one who helped us escape to Turkey. I probably would have ignored this voice message too, if I had not seen you rediscover Abraham. You found your missing piece. Now I need to find mine. I glanced down at Masud, who was sitting calmly in my arms, looking at his mother curiously. We are here to become stories for our children. But my story? It is not finished, not without this chapter. I looked into her eyes and added softly, when I said I couldn't live a day without you, I was not lying. And now here I am, choosing to leave, but only so I can come back whole. Rivka didn't say anything at first. She just looked at me, her eyes full of sorrow and something deeper, understanding. Yasmin helped plan my trip to Turkey. She confirmed I could get a visa on arrival and sent detailed instructions for every step. The journey ahead would be long and uncertain, but she assured me that if I followed her guidance, everything would be fine. I didn't know where Nofal lived. All I had was a phone number and the name of a neighborhood, Meram, Konya. I hoped someone would answer when I called, and that they'd tell me where to go next. My plane touched down at Ataturk Airport, and after nearly an hour of navigating lines and paperwork, I secured my visa. From there, I made my way to Haydarpaşa train station, a grand, imposing structure on the Asian side of Istanbul. Its German neoclassical architecture was striking, but I didn't have the mental bandwidth to admire it. My thoughts drifted between the uncertainty ahead and the image of Rivka's face as I left her behind in Berlin. I spent the next few hours at the station, trying to learn basic Turkish phrases. I'd rely on a translation app for the rest. It wasn't just about being prepared, it was about keeping my mind busy, solving small problems, so I wouldn't spiral into bigger ones. As we sped out of Istanbul, the cityscape gave way to the vast Anatolian plains. The rhythmic hum of the train was hypnotic, and it wasn't long before I succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The train pulled into Konya station to the sound of announcements and the shuffle of passengers. As I stepped onto the platform, I spotted a middle-aged man holding a sign, Amerikali Arian Bey. I walked up to him and said in broken Turkish, Ben Arian. Merhaba, he replied. Ben Selim, taxi chauffeuriniz. I understood enough. He was Selim, my driver. He began asking me questions in Turkish, too quickly for my limited vocabulary to keep up. I switched to the translation app. Where do you want to go? He asked. I didn't know. All I had was a phone number and a name, Nofal, an elderly Kurdish man somewhere in Merham. I handed over what I had, hoping it would be enough. To this day, I still don't know how Selim figured it out. I agonized over the mystery for hours. He solved it in 15 minutes. The drive to the western edge of Meram didn't take long. We passed through the city center and a stretch of vineyards. But soon the scenery changed. The streets grew narrower, the buildings closer together. Selim pulled over and parked. We'll walk the rest of the way, he said, motioning for me to follow. It's faster. This wasn't the Meram of orchards and open space. This was a neighborhood worn thin by time and hardship, a Kurdish quarter where houses leaned against each other, their walls faded and patched with stone and peeling paint. I followed Selim through a maze of narrow, uneven alleys. Eventually, we stopped in front of what looked more like a gap in the wall than a doorway, covered by a thick, faded curtain. I'll wait in the car. Call me if you need anything, he said, handing me his card. I stood at the doorway, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. It felt less like stepping into a house and more like entering a portal, into another time, another world. It felt like the past had cracked open, waiting for me to walk through. "Nofal ape," I called out softly. No answer. I tried again, once, twice, still nothing. Finally, I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. It was like stepping back in time. The room was small, barely the size of a closet. Its stone walls were unpainted, the floor made of hard-packed earth worn smooth by years of survival. A single window let in a sliver of daylight, but the room remained in a suspended twilight. The air smelled of damp soil, old wood, and something older still, like a piece of my history I'd forgotten to remember. There was almost nothing inside. No bed, no chairs, no table. Just a worn, threadbare mat in the center of the room. A few chipped clay bowls sat in a corner, and a dented metal kettle hung above a cold, unused fire pit. The starkness was overwhelming, a sign of a life lived at the edge of survival. The old man, Nofal, sat cross-legged on the mat, his back against the wall. He was even frailer than I'd imagined, skin like paper, bones sharp beneath his clothes. I set my suitcase down and knelt beside him, the rough earth pressing through the fabric of my trousers. "Nofal api?" I said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. His eyes snapped open, startled, as if waking from deep meditation. "Arian! Arian! You toy?" "Bale, min Arianim," I replied. His thin hands reached towards the sound of my voice, trembling slightly as they found my face. And then he broke down, his frail body shaking as he cried, "Alhamdulillah, Hazar Shukur Allah, Hazar Shukur," he whispered, pulling me into an embrace. I've waited so long. My eyes searched the distance until they could barely see. My life has been held together by a single breath, just to see you one more time. "Bas, Bas," I said, wrapping my arms around him. "I'm here now. It's okay." He pulled back slightly, his gaze searching my face. His eyes, though clouded with age, now shone with a renewed thirst for life. "Azizam, you've finally come. It is you. This isn't a dream, is it?" Hearing him call me Azizam sent a wave of warmth and grief through me. For a fleeting moment, I felt I was with Uncle Masud again. "It's me, Api," I replied, my own voice trembling slightly. "I'm here now." He let out a shaky breath and looked down. "I've ruined your expensive shirt," he said with a dry chuckle. "My tears." "It's nothing," I said, wiping my own eyes. He had no idea. These tears weren't just emotion. They were history. I wasn't going to wash this shirt, not ever. It held something too sacred. "I'll make us some tea," he said suddenly, rising to his feet with surprising energy. "Pay, don't worry about it. Let's just sit and talk," I said without thinking. Then I remembered how rude it was to refuse hospitality in Kurdish culture. Thankfully, he ignored my words and went about his ritual. Nofal turned on the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Its yellowish light barely lit the room, casting faint shadows on the rough, uneven walls. He lit a kerosene stove, its blue flame flickering softly in the dimness, and placed a dented kettle on top. The air filled with the faint, acrid smell of kerosene, mixed with the earthy scent of brewing tea. We sat together on the ground. The hard-packed earth was cold beneath us, but we didn't speak. The silence between us felt comfortable. When the tea was ready, he poured it into small chipped glasses. "This tea," I said, taking a sip, "tastes just like how Uncle Masud made it. I taught my dear Masud how to cook and make tea," Nofal said, a faint smile touching his lips. "He was a Nazrani, and I was just the cook's son. When we lived here, he didn't like that I did all the cooking, so he made me teach him," he said with a hint of sadness in his voice and nostalgia in his eyes. "Why don't I remember much from those days?" I asked. The gaps in my memory felt like missing pieces of a puzzle I couldn't finish. "Azizam," he said gently, "you were very sick. The gas, the journey, it was too much for your little body. You were so small, so fragile." He paused, his voice softer. "There were moments we thought we might lose you, but Alhamdulillah, you made it." He reached out and touched my hand. His skin was rough and calloused. "You fought so hard even then." We talked for hours. There were tears. There were smiles. And slowly, painfully but beautifully, the past began to unfold between us. He marveled at my life in America, at the pace of change in the world. I listened as he spoke about Uncle Masud's journey and our time together in Turkey, parts I had forgotten or never fully known. "You must be hungry," Nofal said at last. "Let's go get dinner." I looked around. There was no food in sight, no pantry, no dishes, just the kettle, 2 chipped glasses, and the bare essentials of a life pared down to almost nothing. I glanced at his worn clothes, the deep lines on his face, the thin rug beneath us. He couldn't possibly have much money. The idea of him spending what little he had on me felt wrong. My instinct was to offer, to insist we go somewhere nice, my treat. But I knew that would be an insult to Kurdish hospitality, so I swallowed my protest. "Sounds good," I said as I surrendered to his invitation. We walked through a narrow street, alive with evening activity, kids playing, vendors calling out, the smell of grilled meat hanging in the air. Something about it stirred a memory I couldn't quite place, like a shadow from childhood just out of reach. We stopped at a small, dimly lit kebab stand. I glanced up at the menu. Without thinking, my eyes went straight to the cheapest option. Tavuk doner ekmek arası, chicken doner in bread. "I'll have the chicken," I said, trying to sound casual. No, Azizam, you must have the lamb," Nofal said firmly. His tone left no room for argument. He turned to the man behind the counter. "Bir doner dürüm, bir tavuk döner ekmek arası," he said, pointing to me and then to himself. He didn't even look at the menu. He knew what he was doing, getting the best for me, the cheapest for himself. "That'll be 200 lira," the vendor said. Nofal reached into his jacket and pulled out a bundle of crumpled bills, soft and worn from being handled too many times. He counted them carefully, one by one, then again. Slower this time. He was short 15 lira. My heart clenched. This was probably all the money he had, scraped together just to feed me. Every part of me wanted to step in to cover the cost, but I knew that doing so would wound his pride. So I stayed still, hands clenched in my lap, saying nothing. "Put the rest on my account," Nofal said. "No problem, Baba," the vendor replied. "It's all good." We sat at a small wobbly table near the entrance. The plastic chairs were slightly sticky. Around us, the street buzzed with life, the chatter of passers-by, the low rumble of engines, the scent of grilled meat in the air. We waited in silence. People misunderstood Masud, Nofal said quietly. You may have heard disgraceful things about him, but most were lies, twisted truths. His only sin was falling in love. I know, I said, regret heavy in my chest. I judged him. I believed the stories. He never defended himself, never explained. He just took it. I looked down, ashamed. And when I finally understood the truth, it was too late. The time we could have had, it was already gone. I paused, then added, I wish for a lot of things. But mostly, I wish for more time. A faint smile found its way to my lips. But I feel him all the time. He's still with me. The food came, and we ate in silence, hungry, tired, and full of emotions to speak. As we walked back through the quiet streets, Nofal began to speak softly, almost to himself. He told me more about my uncle, the ones only a friend could know, the fall from grace, the exile, and the quiet redemption he found in the end. I reached out and touched his arm. You were a true friend, Api. Without you, neither Uncle Masud nor I couldn't finish the sentence. He placed his hand gently over mine. No, Azizam. It wasn't me. It was love that consumed him, a raging fire that reduced him to ashes. And then it was love again, a gentle rain that nourished the barren ground and brought him back, reborn, like a phoenix from the flames. We sat on the floor facing each other, silent. Just when it seemed we ran out of words, whatever needed to be said was said. Nofal spoke. For years I sat in this room, living on the mercy of others, hoping Masud might return. But he never did. He looked down, then back up. Then one day, in our Kurdish majlis, I heard about your book. I tracked down your address. Whenever I had a little money, I'd buy a stamp and send you a letter, hoping you'd read it, maybe even write back. Then his voice cracked. Did you receive them? I lowered my head. I did, and I'm ashamed to say I ignored them. But hearing your voice, it pulled me here. Nofal nodded slowly, and his expression turned serious. There's a reason I asked you to come all this way, he said. I have something for you. He stood moving slowly, stiff with age, and disappeared behind the curtain that split the room. I waited, my heart beginning to race. What could Nofal have held on to all these years just for me? He returned a moment later, holding a small wooden box, rectangular, worn smooth, the wood darkened and polished by time and touch. What is this? I asked. Open it, he said, extending it toward me. I took the box gently and lifted the lid. A faint puff of dust escaped, carrying with it the scent of old paper and something deeper, like time itself. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, faded, its edges soft and fraying. Yellow stains marked the surface like old tears. It looked brittle, fragile. I brought it closer to the light, and then I saw them. My mother, her gaze modest, slightly turned to the side. My father, tall, broad, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. Behind them stood Uncle Masud, a young man then, with a wide, playful smile and a deep dimple in his cheek. And in my mother's arms, a small bundle, a toddler, me, staring out at the world with wide, unknowing eyes. A wave of emotion crashed over me, so strong it nearly took my breath away. Grief, love, longing, a deep, almost painful connection to a past I could barely remember, yet somehow felt in my bones. Tears blurred the image in my hands. My throat tightened. This photograph wasn't just a picture, it was a story, whispered across decades. A story of love, of loss, of family. A piece of myself I hadn't even known was missing. I closed my eyes, letting their faces burn into memory. Who were they really? What were their dreams? Their fears? And me? Was I the son they would have been proud of? They felt like strangers, and yet they were mine. I opened my eyes and held the photo tighter. How will I ever repay this Nofal Api? I whispered, looking at him. I ignored your letters. I almost did not come. But you never gave up on me. Uniting you with your inheritance has been the purpose that kept me alive, Nofal said, his voice steady but fragile. I should be thanking you for trusting the word of an old man and coming all this way. Now, I can die in peace. I gently set the photograph aside and reached for the remaining item in the box. An old, time-worn diary. Its cover was worn thin, its corners soft from use. As I lifted it, a small photograph slipped out and floated to the ground. I picked it up and held it close. It was Uncle Masud, standing at a fairground, a playful grin on his face. But in the background, almost blurred by the camera's focus, was a young woman, Dia. And then it hit me. She had once shown me a photograph of herself at a fairground. In the background, Masud. 2 images, 2 lovers, hidden in plain sight. A silent way to carry each other's memory in a world where love like theirs wasn't allowed. I looked at the diary in my hands. What's in this? I asked. Nofal looked into my eyes. His longing, his life, his truth, everything he could not say, but hoped you'd read. Chapter 12, a love story. Rukhsar, face. Eyes closed, I lie alone in bed, longing for the vision of your face instead. My brother, the chief, with the world in his hands. But my heart seeks what no power commands. Power, possessions. They hold no sway. Only your face can brighten my day. In dreams and waking, your image I chase, yearning for peace in the haven of your face. Nameless, unknown, yet my heart takes flight. For one glimpse of you, I'd forsake the light. This world and its riches all turn to dust, beside the hunger for just one glimpse, one gust, to fill this hollow heart's aching space, to find my home in the shadow of your face. Payam, message. Eyes like night untouched by coal's disguise. You came to the shop and brightened my skies. A spark took flame and reason lost its might. I, a mashnan, undone by love's first light. A message I left with Ali, soft as prayer. A breath of hope you might be there. Just tell me your name and let the story start. A whispered secret held within my heart. Dia. Your message came, a treasure untold. My heart leapt with joy, a story to unfold. Dia, my Dia, your love shines so bright. Knowing your heart aches for me fills me with light. Friday at the fair, the thought makes me yearn to see your face again, a longing that burns. The world fades away, all else loses its hold. Only the promise of your presence makes me whole. Ox, photograph. Sleepless nights counting days to Friday's grace, to see you again, to find peace in your face. You walked with your sister, a moon and her star, veiled in the crowd, yet you shone from afar. My eyes, like moths, flew to your flame, lost in your gaze, whispering your name. The world disappeared when our eyes aligned, two silent souls, forever entwined. A secret confession, a treasure I possess. Your photograph, a stolen moment I confess, an image to hold till my dying breath. A love that defies time, a love conquering death. Cock, dust. You departed, and with you went my soul. A wrenching pain beyond control. I fell to the ground where your footsteps passed, and wept in the dust that remembered you last. I rolled, embraced that sacred trace, the fading imprint of your grace. Each grain a tear, a witness of my pain, a whispered prayer to see your face again. Without you, life's canvas is blank and bare, a silent song, a breath of empty air. This separation, a thorn piercing my soul, a constant burden, taking its toll. My heart, a shattered mirror, reflects only pain. Lost in a desert where memories fade and wane. I cannot be, I shall no longer try. Until you're back, for you I'd gladly die. May-e eshk, wine of love. Through Ali's hands, our whispered words take flight, a secret language, veiled in day's warm light. Messages passed, like precious gems concealed, a lifeline cast, where hidden hopes are revealed. A fleeting glimpse, a vision of your face, Dia, my beloved, across the marketplace. A moment caught, then lost to watchful eyes, leaving a yearning that within me lies. We tread with care on pathways narrowly defined, where honor's code and custom are entwined. Your virtue guarded must remain secure, a flawless jewel eternally pure. But I, a Majnun, lost in love's domain, wander through nights and days consumed by pain and longing's fire. I dream of your sweet grace, the memory of your smile I can't erase, drunk on the wine of thoughts that you inspire, a potent brew that sets my soul afire, no earthly vintage but a sacred art, your soul poured out to claim my captive heart. Our love, a secret whispered to the trees, a prayer caught on the lips of midnight breeze. My heart still burning lives on that decree, that one day fate will turn and set us free. Kastigar, a proposal. No more whispers carried on the breeze, no more longing hidden among the trees. Enough of go-betweens and messages conveyed. My heart demands a choice be made. I yearn to stand beside you, hand in hand, to share a life, to cross this barren land, forever bound by vows both pure and deep, no longer forced in shadowed dreams to sleep. If grace you grant, and favor I may find, and if your heart to mine is so inclined, then my brother, wise a father in his stead, shall bear my suit, a marriage to be read. He'll speak my love, my hope, my plea, and ask if you will share your life with me. So tell me, beloved, may our story start? Will you join forever your soul to my heart? Kamoshi, silence. My brother pledged to speak, to intercede. But 7 suns have set, no word, no deed. And silence reigns where hope once held its sway. No word, no sign to light my darkened way. The shop of Ali, once our secret light, where glimpses of you made the world feel right, now stands in silence, hollow and bare, your absence carved into the very air. Has our sweet secret, whispered low and deep, been brought to light from its protected sleep? Have judging eyes and disapproving tongues now built a wall where once our music rung? Are you confined by family's stern decree, forbidden now to even think of me? Your freedom chained, your spirit held in thrall, while I outside must watch and bear it all. Oh, my beloved, answer if you can. Dispel this fear, this dread that grips your man. A single word, a sign, a whispered plea, to tell me that your heart still beats for me. Gorur ikazeb, false pride. My brother spoke today with pride and scorn of lineage pure and blood nobly born. He named our house Nazrani, ancient and proud, and you, a merchant's child, unfit, too loud. Of lesser standing in his judging eyes, a difference vast beneath these worldly skies. He cannot grasp, he cannot comprehend the depths of love that knows no start, no end. How shall I paint for eyes sealed by pride the truth that glows on love's eternal tide? I am but dust, a speck unseen, wandering lost in a world unclean. And you, the oyster, radiant and rare, whose sheltering embrace beyond compare could take this grain, this grief I keep, and forge a pearl from sorrow's deep. Without your grace I drift and fall, but with you, love, a precious pearl I'd ride. The ocean's depths, reflecting heaven's light, transformed by you from darkness into bright. Delkun, bloodied heart. The weeks crawl on, a chain of endless pain. I haunt the streets and call your name in vain. Each hour, a pilgrimage to Ali's door, a desperate hope to find you there once more. A month has passed, a cruel and empty span, since last I saw your face, my only plan is shattered now like glass upon the ground. No trace of you, no solace to be found. My spirit cracks beneath this crushing weight, a prisoner of longing sealed by fate. If this cold world, with all its judging eyes, denies our love and tears apart our ties, then let it be. I cast this world aside, its petty rules, its suffocating pride. We'll flee this place where hearts are kept in chains and seek a haven free from judging strains. We'll find a realm where only we exist, a sanctuary by sun and moonlight kissed, where love's pure flame can burn eternally, just you and I, forever wild and free. Let us elope and leave this world behind, two souls entwined, a single heart and mind. For in your arms, my only home I see, and without you, there's no world left for me. Ra-e-Najat, way of salvation. Your answer came, a lifeline in the night, delivered softly by your sister's light. My heart, though aching, soared to hear your word, a whispered promise like a singing bird. My pain I bear, a burden I can hold, but knowing your suffering makes my blood run cold. That shared torment, a fire that consumes, we must extinguish midst these worldly glooms. The vow we made beneath the silent stars, a sacred pact to break down all the bars that hold us captive in this separate plight. Let's claim that promise and embrace our right. This Friday Eve, as twilight starts to fall, behind the school where love first made its thrall, I'll wait for you, with breath held tight and fast. Our moment comes, our freedom found at last. We'll take to skies, to lands both free and far, where love alone will chart us by its star. No judging eyes, no voices cold or cruel, just you and I, where love alone shall rule. Keyed prison. Beloved, know my heart is ripped in two. Fate conspired. I could not come to you. A torment grips, a fear I can't deny, that you might think my love is a lie. My brother's will, a prison holds me fast. These walls of stone, a shadow ever cast. No messenger to bear my words to thee, but wind and birds may carry them for me. They'll whisper low of anguish and despair, of promises I made and long to share. Though trapped, your image never leaves my sight. A guiding star, a beacon in the night. And hope remains, a flicker in the gloom. It will not die within this lonely room. No more I'll tread this razor's edge of pain. I'll break these chains. I will be free again. The world may rage, its fury I will face. 1,000 swords for one sweet stolen space. Beside your heart, I'll fight with all my might, and claim you, love, and take you into flight, away from here, to live, to just be two, forever joined, forever me and you. Atash-e-intakam, fire of revenge. Beloved, word has reached my ear, a crushing blow, a truth I could not bear, married and gone to lands beyond my sight. While I, in chains, endured that endless night. My brother's hand, the architect of my pain, imprisoned me, while all my hopes were slain. He held me bound until the deed was done, and stole from me my life, my light, my sun. Beneath this sky, this vast and empty blue, I stand bereft, stripped bare of all I knew. My world, my dreams, my future, torn apart, leaving a void, a wasteland in my heart. The fire of vengeance in my bosom burns, a raging inferno that fiercely churns. He whom I loved, who father's place did claim, has brought me low and cloaked my life in shame. If life beyond this mortal coil exists, if fate allows and kismet twists, I pray to be, in that imagined sphere, his elder-born, to hold dominion here. Then he shall learn the lessons taught by pain, the bitter sting, the agonizing chain. I'll show him then how brothers should behave, not with cruel hand, but with a heart to save, not the betrayal and the kin's crime. I will forgive if I have such a time. Fana, annihilation. In realms of flesh, I must renounce your form, to shield your name from whispers wrapped in scorn. Your honor, grace, a pearl beyond all price, for which I'd face 1,000 deaths, and twice, to see it stained, I'd sooner choose to die than watch the light retreat from your bright eye. Yet, when the wind across your face sighs and softly strokes your cheek where beauty lies, know it's my soul that whispers on the air a timeless message of a love so rare. This world holds naught for me, nor I for it. I, Majnun, now, with no place left to fit. Its fleeting pleasures cannot touch my soul. Without you near, I am no longer whole. My life a prison, a wound I can't undo, a lonely exile locked away from you. No freedom calls me, no escape I crave, save that which sleeps within the silent grave, but not mere death, a merging into you, a dissolution where two souls are born anew. Annihilation's bliss, my final quest, to be absorbed in you and find true rest. Our dust combined, our fates forever spun, not two nor one, but all yet none. Chapter 13. Love is the bridge. At some point, exhaustion must have claimed me, if only for a moment. In that hazy space between dreaming and waking, I felt as though I'd returned to the life I had left behind. But something pulled me back. My eyes fluttered open. The ceiling above me wasn't mine. This wasn't my room. No family photos adorned the walls. The other side of the bed was cold. Rivka wasn't there. A loud, foreign silence wrapped around me like a ghost. As I turned to my side, I felt the pillow was wet. I sat up abruptly and realized I was still at the Grand Konya Hotel. My hand struck something beside me. It was Uncle Masud's diary. A wave of sadness crashed over me. Just as a drunkard wakes with a hangover from a night of wine, I awoke with a hangover of sorrow, still reeling from the intoxicating depths of love and suffering. I was drowning, still drowning, in his poetic account of love, betrayal, and annihilation. Pages filled with a love so raw, so desperate, it bled through time itself. I remember Dia's face when she showed me the photograph where Uncle Masud lingered in the background, unnoticed and forgotten. Then came the other photo Nofal had given me. The roles reversed, Dia just a shadow behind him. Two lives circling each other, never truly meeting. I remembered Uncle's last wish, to be buried in Kurdistan, to become one with the dust, where Dia, too, would one day return. And then there was the family portrait. Uncle Masud, still young, stood smiling beside my father. He died knowing that the man he had loved and respected like a father was the architect of his ruin. I am certain he forgave my father. But in his diary, he wrote that if he had been the elder, he would have shown my father what it truly meant to be one. Only if he knew. Tears slid down my cheeks and I let them fall. Maybe they were mine. Or maybe they had waited all this time, passed through generations, carried through pages and photographs, waiting for someone to finally weep them. My father lived for his duty and died for it. He went to Dia's family with the marriage proposal, knowing how vast the tribal and religious divide was, only to be turned away with disrespect. He understood the unrest and bloodshed that would follow if Uncle Masud had eloped with Dia. So he took all the blame upon himself. For Nazrani's duty comes first. Nofal, who knew the truth, had been strictly forbidden from telling Uncle in order to prevent tribal strife. Later, he kept the secret to spare my uncle the pain of regret and guilt. But he believed that as a son, I had the right to know who my father was. Who were these men who dedicated their entire lives to love, honor, and duty, and never wavered, even in the face of death? What kind of souls were they, forged in a fire that made them seek not glory, but self-erasure? I had spent my life searching for answers, but it was only after coming to Konya that I understood their legacy was my true inheritance. My true inheritance is the ideals my ancestors and elders lived and died for. But am I worthy of it? Am I walking the path they would have honored? I am still alive. That means I still have the chance to course correct. Sir, what would you like to order? A young woman in a crisp white shirt and black trousers approached my table with a polite smile. "One black coffee, please," I said. "Breakfast is included with your boarding, sir," she replied. "Just the coffee, please," I repeated. My flight to Seattle was the next day, but instead of wandering through Istanbul, I chose to spend my final day in Konya. As I sipped my coffee, I reached into my backpack and pulled out Uncle Masud's diary. There were still entries left unread, pieces of his soul waiting to be discovered. As I flipped through the pages, I noticed something. The poems no longer had titles. Then, as I turned to the next one, I froze. It was about me. I swore no more. My ink would dry. No verse would spill, no tear, no cry. But oh, my heart, how deep the ache, a promise broken, words must wake. Arian dear, my blood, my light, a flickering flame lost to the night. My Lord, my Allah, hear my plea. Let mercy flow, let him be free. Take mine instead, my life, my air. Spare him this trial, this heavy snare. No bread, no cup, no more I crave. Only thy name my soul shall save. If he must go, then so shall I. Let thy name be my final cry. For either both shall rise once more, or both shall pass through heaven's door. I had thought I had cast off the weight of regret, but as I read my uncle's poems, it came crashing back, shattering my heart. How could I have believed the cruel lies that turned me against him? How could I have been so blind to the love that burned so fiercely, so selflessly in his heart? He had loved me like a son, willing to sacrifice everything, even his own breath, for my sake. The ache of my betrayal cut deeper now, knowing how long I had rejected him. How could I have been so foolish, so cold, when all he had ever offered me was love? My rejection of him was, in truth, a rejection of myself. And perhaps beneath it all, that same self-rejection was what had turned me away from God. Even in this hour of sorrow, it was once again his words that gave me solace. The way you live this moment is how you will live the rest of your life. I placed the diary back in my bag and decided to visit the places where Uncle Masud had once gone to seek solace. I called Selim and asked him to take me to the tomb of Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi. "Stop here, I'll walk the rest of the way," I said to Selim. "Evet efendim," he replied. I stepped out of the car and began walking toward my destination, the tomb of Shams Tabrizi. Any devotional pilgrimage to a master must first begin with a visit to his murshid. Street vendors lined both sides of the worn cobblestone road, their stalls brimming with prayer beads, books of Rumi's poetry, vials of fragrant rose water, and other keepsakes. Though the morning was still young, tourists had already begun to pour in, their voices rising in a soft murmur against the city's ancient silence. Yet among them were those who had come not just to see, but to seek. They were pilgrims of the heart. If the eyes are windows to the soul, theirs revealed a quiet certainty, a longing to become one with the beloved. Long ago, one such pilgrim had been my uncle. Soon I arrived at the tomb of Shams Tabrizi, a wandering Persian Sufi mystic and spiritual master, the beloved teacher and catalyst behind Rumi's transformation from a conventional Islamic jurist into a poet of divine ecstasy. The tomb, modeled after Seljuk-era architecture, was a modest building, plain and dignified, just like the man it honored. Before entering the chamber, I removed my shoes, as required. The tomb chamber of Shams Tabrizi was stark in its simplicity, a reflection of the mystic's renunciation of worldly splendor. A deep green kishwa, embroidered with gold calligraphy, draped the stone sarcophagus. Verses from Mevlana Rumi. "You are the sun, I am your shadow," adorned the softly lit walls. As I walked slowly around the chamber, I followed the lines of poetry inscribed in stone. Each verse told the story of the profound bond between Shams and Rumi, beginning with their first meeting. By books he sat, in wisdom's keep, their pages filled with secrets deep. A wandering dervish paused to see and asked him, "What is this you read?" Raising head, Rumi said with reprimand, "This is something you cannot understand?" But Shams, in silence calm and wide, brushed the books from the scholar's side. The books were cast, the water stirred, yet not a page was damp or blurred. Astonished, Rumi held them tight, his heart now shaken by the sight. "What is this?" he asked outdone, as if the earth had lost its sun. Shams just smiled and said with command, "Mevlana, this is something you cannot understand." Rumi's pride dissolved and his heart lay bare as he humbly implored Shams to become his guide. Sensing a divine spark in the young scholar's soul, Shams led him away from the world. Together, they locked themselves in a small chamber for 40 days. Behind those doors, they entered into fervent prayer, silent meditation, and soul-piercing conversation. Shams, the fire-hearted wanderer, stripped away Rumi's reliance on books and rituals, and urged him to seek the raw, unfiltered essence of divine love. A poem on the tomb wall bears witness to that awakening. 40 days, the mirror burned. 40 nights, his soul unlearned. "Strike me, master," Rumi cried. "Burn the self I wore with pride." Then silence fell. No breath, no claim. Two hearts became a single flame. The man who rose was not the same. Love had claimed him and purged his shame. After their retreat, Rumi and Shams became inseparable. The impact of their bond was so profound that Rumi gave up his role as a jurist and teacher, devoting himself completely to the mystical path. Shams, an illiterate weaver, had shown the revered Mevlana that love transcends knowledge. Then one day, Shams disappeared. He was never seen again. A poem on the wall spoke of Rumi's sorrow in the wake of that loss. "You left me breathing, but I died that day. You stole my words, then slipped away. Now silence roars inside my chest. Come back, or let my dust find rest. The night you vanished, stars fell like tears. The moon split open. It's been years. Still, I search each face in the crowd, calling your name when I cry out loud. They say, he's gone. I say, he's near. In my breath, in my blood, in the mirror. I approached the sarcophagus and gently kissed the wooden rail that encircled it. Then I found a quiet corner and sat down, choosing to stay in the presence of Shams. Across from me, a man swayed slowly, his hands raised toward the heavens. His voice trembled as he chanted the name of Allah over and over, as if trying to dissolve into the sound itself. Long ago, perhaps just like this man, my uncle had sat here, chanting the same name, hoping God's grace would reach across time and return me to life. The thought stirred something ancient and unnameable within me. A wave of emotion crashed through my chest. I closed my eyes, trying to calm the storm rising inside. In that moment, I was Majnun, lost in the vast desert of my soul, carving Layla's name into every stone, not to remember her, but because he could not forget her. I was Rumi, standing barefoot and broken, searching the silence left behind after Shams vanished into the unseen. I was Masud, carrying Dia's name like a quiet prayer, one he never dared to speak aloud. 1,000 pangs of longing rose inside me, and in their ache, I began to understand. Maybe Rumi was right. The beloved is in my breath, in my blood. Maybe Amir was right. Shiraz lives in my heart, not in maps. Maybe life itself is a long, aching separation from the one we were never truly apart from. And maybe the purpose of it all, of love, of loss, of wandering, is to realize that the one you search the world for has been within you all along. I sat there, transfixed. Time dissolved around me. My body was still, but my soul moved. Tears streamed down my face, quiet, unrestrained, unnoticed by the world around me. Arkadash. A gentle voice and a hand on my shoulder pulled me from the trance. I turned. A man with kind eyes sat across from me, holding out a string of prayer beads. Beside him stood a boy, no older than 10. I came to give thanks, the man said. Allah returned my son Arda to me from the jaws of death. I offer this tesbih to the faithful. My eyes moved from the boy to his father. My heart pounded. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Are they Arian and Masud? I sat frozen, mouth slightly open in awe. Again, the man touched my shoulder, grounding me. I reached out with trembling hands, accepted the prayer beads, bowed slightly. and ran my fingers gently through the boy's hair. He looked up with a shy, uncertain smile, maybe the kind I would have given at his age. Then they turned and walked away, disappearing into the stillness of the courtyard. It was time for me to go too, to the tomb of Mevlana, where longing becomes prayer and silence becomes revelation. Rumi was born in Balkh, a cultural jewel of the Persian world, now within the borders of modern-day Afghanistan. As the Mongol invasions swept through Central Asia, his family fled westward, passing through Nishapur, Baghdad, and Damascus, before eventually settling in Konya. At the time, Konya was part of Anatolia, under the Seljuk Empire of Rum, a land once ruled by Rome. His full name was Jalal al-Din Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Balkhi, though during his lifetime he was lovingly known as Mevlana Jalaluddin. The name Rumi, meaning from the land of Rome, was given to him posthumously to reflect his final home in Anatolia. After a life of wandering across regions and empires, it was in Konya that Rumi's soul found rest, and the verses that would echo through centuries were born. To reach the Mevlana Museum, I turned onto Mevlana Street, a lively thoroughfare lined with shops, stalls, and cafes, each offering a glimpse into daily life in Konya. As I waded through the crowd of locals and visitors, I was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a beautiful Ottoman-style mosque. Its elegant minarets reached toward the sky, and the large central dome shimmered softly in the sun. As I moved forward, the iconic green dome of the Mevlana Museum came into view. This was the spiritual heart of Konya. The museum itself was a striking fusion of architectural traditions, with its Ottoman dome and Seljuk-style minarets. Every line and curve echoed centuries of devotion and beauty. I purchased my ticket and stepped into the tomb chamber, where the air felt heavy with devotion and the weight of centuries of longing. Beneath the softly lit dome stood Rumi's sarcophagus, draped in rich velvet, embroidered with gold. Its stillness felt charged with presence. Beside him lay his father, Baha al-Din Walad. Around them were the resting places of other revered dervishes, men who had once spun in surrender and now rested in stillness. A delicate silver lattice, a gift from Sultan Abdul Hamid II, enclosed the tombs and shimmered faintly in the filtered light. I bowed my head, offering my respects to Mevlana, the master of hearts. The chamber seemed to whisper his poetry, verses etched in elegant Thuluth script, curling across the walls like prayers turned into ink. I lost track of time, reading the words, then reading them again, as if they were being written directly onto my soul. As evening fell and the shadows deepened, I made my way to the Semahane, drawn like a moth to a flame. I had come to witness the Sema, the sacred whirling ceremony of the dervishes. At the time, I wasn't sure whether I was there to observe or to be changed. He found freedom that day, Arian, not just from his anger, but from himself. That's what the Sema offers, a glimpse of the divine within. Nofal's voice echoed in my mind. I remembered what Uncle once told me, how Sema had lifted his soul and unshackled something buried deep inside. He never described it in detail. He only said it had changed him forever. It was here, in the Semahane of the Mevlana Museum, that Masud had found his freedom. And now I had come too, not to find him in body, but to meet him in spirit, beyond the illusion of time. As I waited for the ceremony to begin, I opened a small book of Rumi's poetry I had picked up in the market earlier that day. The verses wrapped around me like a prayer, soft and alive, as if the page itself could breathe. In that stillness before the turning, I let myself fall into the words, not to read them, but to be read by them. The ney flute began to wail through the hall, its voice trembling with sorrow. The cry of the reed carried the sound of longing and separation, torn from its bed, hollowed by fire and pierced with holes. Cut from its home, it longed to return. Listen to the ney, how it complains. It tells the tale of separation's pains. The reed gave music only because it had suffered. The wine the world grew drunk on was distilled from Rumi's own tears of longing. You have to keep breaking your heart until it opens. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Then the dervishes stepped forward, each wearing a tall sikha hat, the symbol of the tombstone of the ego. Their white robes flowed like a burial shroud for the self. They bowed deeply in act of surrender and crossed their arms over their chests, a gesture of unity and the divine spark within. With measured grace, they began to turn. At first, their movement was slow and deliberate, like a soul taking its first steps toward the beloved. They asked me who I was. I could not say. Myself had dissolved, quietly slipped away, like wine poured into water, still and clear. My essence became yours, my soul drawn near. Now when they ask, I just raise my hand. Drink this wine, only then will you understand. Soon their turning became fluid and effortless, as if they had surrendered completely. Their right hands reached toward the sky, open to receive divine grace. Their left hands extended toward the earth, offering that grace to the world. They were vessels, conduits, disappearing into the act of whirling itself. With each rotation, they seemed to grow lighter. Their suffering melted into movement. Sufism teaches that suffering is not meant to be escaped, but transformed through love, through surrender, through the annihilation of the self in the presence of the divine. This was not a performance, it was a prayer, a purification, a death and rebirth within every turn. The moth speaks. In your flame I give my wing. The candle laughs. You vanish, yet I shine on. How can there be space for you when only my light remains? I watched as they spun faster and faster, yet their faces remained serene, as if they had already stepped beyond this world. Their suffering, their desires, their names, even their identities, all dissolved in the turning until only love remained. I saw my Lord with the eye of the heart. I asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "You." As they whirled, the room blurred into motion and the light so pure, it felt as though the sun had entered my eyes. I was blinded, yet more awake than I had ever been. In that brilliance, faces began to emerge. My mother appeared, serene, luminous like moonlight. My father followed, quiet strength radiating from his stance. Then Rivka, her presence like a half-remembered prayer still echoing in my soul. And then I saw him, Uncle Masud, sitting beside me, transfixed by the Sema, his eyes brimming with tears of awe. From within the silence at the center of the spin, another figure emerged. Myself, at 10 years old. He stood barefoot on the threshold of life, small and still, offering me a shy, familiar smile. Then he turned and vanished, like mist in the morning light. And then, like a wave slowly retreating into the sea, their movement began to still. The dervishes, who had moments before been spinning in perfect harmony, arms outstretched, faces tilted toward the divine, now gently brought their hands back over their hearts. One by one, they came to rest, feet grounding them once more in the world, heads bowed in reverence. The music faded into silence. But it was not an empty silence. It was full, filled with breath, memory, and something greater than anything the eye could see. A silence you could melt into, and it would hold you. I sat motionless, my heart pounding. What I had witnessed wasn't a performance or a ritual. It was something sacred, a living, breathing prayer. Love had turned in circles until it folded back into stillness. The lover, searching everywhere for the beloved, finally discovered her within. As the world around me dissolved, I saw my little Arian smiling at me through the light. Why do you stay in prison when the door is so wide open? Tears flowed freely of their own accord. All my resistance seemed absurd now. The pain I carried, the anger, the weight of the past, all of it seemed insignificant compared to the vastness of love. In that moment, I was released from the prison of my suffering. I fell into sujood and cried out to the Lord. I've wrestled you in tearful prayer, but now I see my will ends here. What is my wish beside your decree? Let it be silence, let yours only be. So here I fall, my battles cease, no more demands, just quiet peace. What's left to do when all is through? But bow, trust, and surrender to you. I stayed in sujud long after the hall had emptied. My forehead pressed to the floor, my heart stripped of everything but breath. I did not ask for Arian's life to be spared. I did not ask for mine to be taken. I asked for nothing. I let go of control of outcomes, of the belief that love must protect to be real. My tears did not dry in despair, but in peace. For the first time, I understood what I had tried to write all those years. Love is not longing. It is not pain. It is not even hope. It is the quiet surrender that remains when everything else has burned away. And in that stillness, it was clear. Love is the bridge between you and everything. Epilogue 1. The Beloved's Gift. The only place more suffocating than a hospital room was its waiting room. In one, you battled for your life. In the other, someone you loved fought for theirs. Each second stretched like an eternity. I sat with my hands clasped tightly, as if holding myself together might change what waited beyond the door. Rivka was inside the examination room. She had asked me to join her, but I couldn't summon the courage. My mind raced with every possibility, each one more terrifying than the last. I glanced at the clock. 5 minutes had passed, or maybe 15. Time no longer made sense. Then the door opened. "Mr. Nazrani," the nurse said softly. "Yes?" I rose quickly. "You can come in now." "Is everything all right?" I asked, barely holding my voice steady. "The doctor will explain," she replied with practiced calm. The walk to the room felt endless. The scent of antiseptic clung to the air. Inside, Rivka lay still beneath the soft glow of the ultrasound monitor, her eyes locked on the screen. When she saw me, her expression crumbled, fear and hope mingling in her eyes. "Come closer," she whispered. I reached for her hand. It was warm, damp with nerves. She held it tightly, as though we might steady each other. My heart thundered. The technician moved the probe, her face unreadable. Then, at last, a smile. "The pregnancy looks stable. The baby is growing well." Rivka let out a sob. A raw, shaky breath of relief. My knees buckled slightly, and I sank into the chair beside her. "Would you like to know the sex of the baby?" the technician asked. Rivka glanced at me. Her eyes were rimmed with tears, but there was the trace of a smile. I nodded. "It's a boy." The tears flowed freely now. I leaned in and kissed her forehead. "We've made it this far," I whispered. This was our third pregnancy. The first two had ended before the first trimester. After the second, we stopped trying. The heartache was too much. But Konya changed that. I realized that love isn't about protecting yourself from pain. It's about opening your heart even when you know it might break, especially then. On the drive home, Rivka was quiet, her hand resting lightly on her belly as she stared out the window. The faint smile never left her face. "What should we name him?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "Asad Avraham Nazrani," I said without hesitation. Masud would finally have Asad as his younger brother, and Avraham for the promise I made to Rivka's parents, and the story that brought us here. She turned to me, eyes soft. Her hand found mine, fingers lacing together. "It's perfect," she said. Epilogue 2: The Lover's Surrender. I stepped out of the Silamiya Mosque after offering my prayers and deep gratitude for Arian's life, and for the grace that had returned him to me. He was on the path to recovery now, his natural appetite restored, a light returning to his eyes. I was sitting in the mosque's wide, sunlit courtyard when a boy no older than 10 approached me. "Amka, please take this bread," he said softly, his small hand extended. I began to raise my hands to politely decline, but his father, standing nearby, gently intervened. "Arkadash, this is the bread of life. Don't refuse." Only then did I learn that the boy had survived a recent life-threatening illness. He was offering this bread as an act of gratitude. There was something ancient in his eyes, familiar, stirring, and I wondered if this too was a sign from God. I bowed my head, murmured thanks, accepted the bread, and broke my fast. The rest I wrapped gently in the crinkled magazine page he had used. When I returned to the apartment, Arian greeted me with a cry, "Ape! Ape!" and ran into my arms. His embrace felt different this time, fuller, stronger, as though he had finally found safe harbor after being adrift for far too long. "I brought you some bread," I said softly, taking out the piece I'd tucked into its makeshift wrap. Arian took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and sprinted outside to look at the open sky, free, unburdened, alive. I turned over the paper the bread had come in, and just as I was about to toss it, an image caught my eye. A towering, snow-draped mountain rising into a clear sky. The caption read, "Mount Rainier." The stillness and tranquility that the picture of the mountain exuded captivated me. I folded the page with care and slipped it into my pocket, as if tucking away a sign I didn't yet understand. "Azizam, what is this?" Nofal asked gently when I handed him a small box. This is my longing, my life. Keep it safe. For one day I will return to claim it, I answered. Why are you giving it to me? He asked, startled by the gravity in my voice. Arian and I are leaving to start a new chapter, I said, feeling both the weight and the promise of that truth. Where? He asked. I opened the folded magazine page, placed it on the table, and laid my finger on the photograph of the White Mountain. How will you get there? Nofal said with concern in his voice. I looked toward the distant doorway where Arian stood looking at the bright sky. Love is the bridge that will take us there. We were never two. Let him rise if God so wills. To walk the path my sorrow tilled, not born after, but born as me. A flame rekindled from the same sea. Where I had stumbled, he walks clear. What I released, he draws near. I passed him beads to hold my prayer. He brought me bread, the answer there. I was the root, he is the rain. I bore the wound, he soothes the pain. I wept the prayer, he sings the song. We've been the same soul all along. He is the breath my silence knew. We were always one. We were never two. This marks the end of the audiobook. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Love is the Bridge. Tales of love, longing, and surrender. Written by Vikas Agarwal, narrated by Dan.